Okay, I believe we're live, so I'll call the meeting to order and I'll look for my clerk for roll call, please. Is my mic? I think it's on, isn't it? Yep, it's on. Go ahead.
Welcome to the April 13th, 2026 council meeting. We'll begin with roll call of council. Mayor Clark.
Present.
Deputy Mayor Bell.
Present.
Councillor Snutch.
Present.
Councillor Fisher.
Present.
Councillor Tuyu.
Present.
Councillor Goff. Councillor Bell.
Present.
Thank you. We have quorum.
Thank you all. Oh, we gotta wait.
This meeting is being streamed live on the Township of Ramara YouTube channel. Be advised that by attending a public meeting of the Council of the Township of Ramara, you are consenting to your image, voice, and comments being recorded and will form a part of the public record. The chair, CAO, and/or clerk have the discretion and authority to terminate or interrupt the live streaming in exceptional circumstances where the content of debate is considered inappropriate to be published. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll look for approval of the agenda, please, Madam Clerk.
That the council agenda dated April 13th, 2026 be adopted as presented, including to divide agenda item number 10, closed session, into two parts to allow external legal counsel to attend, with part 1 to follow agenda item number 3, disclosure of interest, and part 2 to follow agenda item number 9, minutes.
Okay, thank you. Can I have a mover and a seconder for the agenda? Moved by Councillor Tuyu, second by Councillor Snutch. Any questions on the agenda? Not seeing any. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Do I have a disclosure of pecuniary interest by any member of council? If you find yourself in that situation later, please declare it at that time. So now I would have a motion to reconvene into closed session.
Through the chair. So the first is just to convene as committee of the whole, and then we'll have a second to convene in closed session. So this one is that council recess and convene as committee of the whole at 8:47 a.m.
Moved by Councillor Fisher, second by the Deputy Mayor, that we reconvene in the committee of the whole. All in favor? That is carried. And now the motion to go in camera, please.
That pursuant to section 239(4) of the Municipal Act 2001, SO 2001, Chapter 25, notice is hereby given that the Committee of the Whole intends to hold a closed session meeting in the Richard P. Bates Boardroom at 8:48 a.m. to deal with item 10.2.1 regarding litigation update and strategy, Bertrand et al. Versus Township of Ramara et al. 2026 ONSC 1662, being a matter pursuant to section 239(2)E, litigation or potential litigation, and F, advice subject to solicitor-client privilege of the said act.
Okay, can I have a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor Tuyu, second by Councillor Snutch. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Are we back live, Nate? We're ready to go, so I'll look for our motion to rise from in camera and then the motion following.
Through the chair, that committee of the whole rise from closed session at 9:15 a.m. and reconvene in open session. And that committee of the whole shall report from closed session during agenda item 11.1, motions arising from closed session. And that committee of the whole rise and council be reconvened.
Okay, can I have a moved by Councillor Fisher, second by Councillor Bell. All in favor? That is carried, and you're going to report later then, are we, in our agenda, item 11?
To the chair, yes.
Okay, so then I'll move right into announcements. First, I'd like to welcome a former Aurelia councillor, Maggie Buchanan is here with us today. I always like to recognize some rich and famous people when they step in the council chamber. Thank you. I'll also mention that our street sweeping will be starting in May. So it's very important that while we're trying to do that program, gathering up all the sand, I know it's quite slippery, watch it with your automobiles. When we're out there, please don't park on the street when you see the the street sweepers in the area trying to clear up that winter sand. We do try and reuse some of it if we can. So that was something we worked when we switched to a different kind of sand. The gravel road patching, it is upon us now. If you live on a dirt road like myself, you are used to these potholes. Until the frost is out of the ground, we can't put new gravel down or do any deep grading, but we are currently out there actively trying to fill in the deepest holes and dragging the roads just to get them smooth enough to drive. Be very careful when a road is graded. It is soft and a little more difficult to drive in. So if you're following a grader, be mindful of those soft conditions as well. We're also out cold patching any of the frost heaves. A more permanent solution hot patching will happen later. Right now, we're just trying to fill them in. So if you know of any deep potholes that are a threat, if you could please report them at ramara.ca/report it, and we will get on them as soon as we can. Any other announcements, members of council? Lots of them. I'll start with Deputy Mayor.
Sure. No, I just had one. I wanted to reach out to staff and of course, an organization called Sports Club who've joined us in getting our flag football program going. I think we have 15 spots available for kids. They've done an excellent job putting it together and promoting it. It's pretty exciting. They're going to actually interview kids and keep stats and do some social media pieces with them. They're going to mic them up so they can get excited and hear them out on the fields. They're making it a really great experience and using some of the NFL colors and similar jerseys to them. So, and a big pizza party at the end. So I think it's going to be a big success and it's good to see.
Okay, Councillor Fisher.
Thank you. One announcement, two items. One announcement is, and I saw Elise here too, so I'm sure she may speak on it a bit later, but the Friends of the Library was accepted at our Tim Hortons for their Smile Cookie campaign. And that campaign runs from April 27th until May 3rd. So great opportunity to support our library by having some cookies, pretty delicious. And then the other one was, Mayor, you and I attended the Mayor's Breakfast at Fern Resort back at the end of March. And we got to hear Mayor McIsaac speak about some of the big exciting things happening in Aurelia right next to us. And of course, it was a lovely spread put out by Fern Resort that happened right here in Ramara. So that was lovely.
I was very quick to remind him that his mayor's breakfast was in Ramara Township. So yes, Councillor, to you.
Thanks. On March 28th, I was so excited to attend the Couchiching Conservancy's AGM to hear Dr. Annabella Bonata from the Intact Center on Climate Adaptation at the University of Waterloo speak about how climate change is affecting our region. She was able to share practical and evidence-based strategies to help communities strengthen resilience and protect the natural landscapes. For example, best practice methodology and shoreline erosion. I can't wait to share this information with the Climate Action Committee. I also got a sneak preview on the deputation the Conservancy will be presenting today regarding the acquisition of incredibly rare alvar habitat on the shoreline of Lake Dalrymple. And on Good Friday, I brought Councillor Fisher with me to her first fish and chip dinner at Ramona Hall. It was packed and, as always, so comfortable to hang out in that community. And this past Friday, I had the honor of being invited to the retirement party of Sherry Earle, Operations Assistant at Greenhaven Shelter for Women. Having played a significant role at Greenhaven for 31 of their 35 years, Sherry's contributions have been instrumental in what the shelter is today. Thank you, Sherry.
Thank you. A reminder that at the Udny Community Center this weekend on April 18th is the pancake breakfast for the Historical Society fundraiser. And it's always delicious, local maple syrup, so you don't want to miss that. And the second thing is just a piece of information. The Couchiching Ontario Health Team, I think multiple people don't know that you are not required to give up your current family physician in order to go on the wait list to find a physician locally. So I think that's an important piece of information, and that's information that we're trying to get out. So I want to share that with you today, and then also invite you that the Patient Family Caregiver Network is actively seeking volunteers. So if anybody would like to investigate that, you can certainly email me at sval@ramara.ca, and I can direct you to the website so you can learn more about that.
And thank you for pointing that out, Councillor, about the patients. I guess I'd be remiss if I didn't announce the Bill 100 that just went through the provincial government for its first reading. So it still has 2 more readings, and also I think to May 8th to report comments on it, and that is downsizing the Simcoe County Council next term to 16 plus a full-time warden. So it would be mayors only from each of the 16 municipalities will be at county council, and an appointed warden, which we will be discussing tomorrow. That was a bit of a shock that the province is saying they may appoint the warden for both the regions and Simcoe County. So stay tuned on that one. We'll see how it plays out, but it's had its first reading now to downsize the Simcoe County Council. Any other announcements? I'm not seeing any. So with that, I will, public and special meetings of council, I have none, but I do have some deputations. Today I have Heather Lewis and Diane Porteous. I hope I got that right, Diane. Come on up whenever you're ready. Oh, and Maggie Buchanan yourself, the Canadian Federation of University of Women. Okay, whenever you're ready.
Yeah, they're my backup if I need them.
Through the chair, we're just having a technical difficulty here getting the presentation on screen, but we're, oh, seems to be showing now. Thank you.
Good morning, Your Worship and Ramara councillors. My name is Heather Lewis, and I am a CFUW Aurelia member as well as a Ramara citizen. CFUW Aurelia is a local women's organization who believe in education, advocacy, and equality. Our club has over 110 members and is part of a national organization with more than 6,700 members across Canada. Today's deputation is about intimate partner violence and why it must be declared an epidemic. And as I stand before you, I dedicate this presentation to all the women and children whose lives have been cut short and forever altered due to intimate partner violence, and to those who still live in fear and under the threat of violence. Today's deputation is in partnership with Greenhaven Shelter for Women, and we are also grateful for the support of North Simcoe Victim Services, Beeman Ozogan, and the Ontario Association of Interval and Transitional Houses, the Lighthouse, and the Simcoe Area Women's Institute. You will notice that many people here today are wearing purple. Not sure, Your Worship, if you planned this, but I am thrilled to see what you're wearing. Purple is recognized as a symbol of solidarity with survivors of intimate partner violence, IPV, and helps bring attention to the issue. There's a lot to cover in this deputation, and it is my hope that following the presentation, we will have time for further discussion. First, I would like to begin with the purpose of the deputation today. Today, we are asking Council to declare intimate partner violence an epidemic in the Township of Ramara. 110 municipalities across Ontario have already taken this step. A declaration does not require a financial commitment from the municipality. Rather, it recognizes the seriousness of the issue, raises awareness, and supports the organizations working directly with the families and the victims. To understand why this declaration matters, it is important to briefly look at the broader context of violence against women in Canada. Many of you will remember December 6, 1989. It remains one of the most tragic events in Canadian history. 14 young women were murdered at Montreal's École Polytechnique simply because they were women. This event forced Canada to confront the reality of violence against women and led to the creation in 1991 of the National Day of Remembrance and Action on Violence Against Women, which we acknowledge on December 6th. While this tragedy occurred decades ago, violence against women continues today, including in our own community. GBV, gender-based violence, can take many forms, including intimate partner violence. It's important for us to look at these two terms. Gender-based violence refers to violence that is rooted in gender inequality and power imbalance. It includes many forms of abuse, including harassment, sexual violence, coercive control, and exploitation. One of the most common forms of gender-based violence is intimate partner violence. IPV can occur in both opposite sex and same-sex relationships. It is not gender neutral, but most victims are female, and 91% of the perpetrators are male. A particular dangerous form of intimate partner violence is coercive control, which involves patterns of intimidation and manipulation used to control a partner using threats to pets and children. Research consistently shows that coercive control is one of the strongest predictors of femicide. Now let's have a look at some national statistics. And I will mention that our statistics are fully supported by research, and there is a bibliography as the last slide. The first fact, 33% of Canadian women have been sexually assaulted. If you do the math, that equals 4.7 million women. Next stat, 44% of Canadian women have experienced IPV. Indigenous women, the number goes higher. 2SL LGBTQIA plus women, again higher. And according to the Association of Municipalities in Ontario, 66% of female homicide victims were killed by an intimate partner. And as you heard previously on February 23rd from Krista Story of Greenhaven, who did a deputation here, women living in smaller rural communities like Ramara, leaving an abusive relationship can be difficult. Isolation, limited transportation, lack of childcare, and housing shortage all create barriers to safety. There is also the challenge that everyone knows everyone, which can make reporting abuse very difficult. These factors increase the vulnerability of victims in rural communities. All these national statistics remind us that this is not an isolated issue. It is a widespread and persistent problem. I will now share some IPV stats from the OPP, North Simcoe Victim Services, and Greenhaven. A recent statement from the Ontario Provincial Police is deeply concerning. In 2024, there was an 18% increase in intimate partner violence victims compared to the previous year. So that's province-wide. Trying to get stats locally has proven to be very difficult because they group IPV within mental health statistics, which also includes suicides, hoarding, and crisis calls. So missing the true scope. But the Ontario Provincial Police have introduced the role of detachment abuse issues investigators who confirm that the IPV rates in our region exceed the provincial average. Simcoe County has 2 officers in this role. Mostly across the province, it's 1 officer. And when I asked them specifically for some stats, again, it's all within this mental health. They couldn't give me direct IPV stats. The other thing that's really important to know is it's estimated that 80% of those experiencing IPV do not report it to the police. It's a private matter. It's not serious enough. Fear of stigma or shame, and lack of trust in the justice system. North Simcoe Victim Services provides support to victims of crime and traumatic events throughout our region. Their statistics show that calls related to IPV increased 64% in just 2 years. And as already stated, 4 out of 5 victims do not report IPV, meaning that true number is higher. Next slide, Nate. Greenhaven Women's Shelter serves Ramara and the surrounding region. Last year alone, they received more than 1,000 crisis calls. 79 women and 33 children stayed at the shelter. However, because of limited capacity, 209 women seeking help had to be referred elsewhere. Greenhaven only has 14 rooms and stays often last 6 to 8 weeks. These numbers illustrate the growing demand for services. And the referral of the 209 women to other shelters, to other places, is staggering. Did you know that the next closest shelter to Greenhaven are either Bracebridge, Minden, Lindsay, Midland, or Barrie? As a Ramara citizen and a woman, that information is frightening. And I've included the Ramara column from Greenhaven Stats, but there's another figure to consider, and that is the unknown. 20% of all in-shelter and outreach calls are unknown in the Greenhaven Stats, when we must assume that some of these women are coming from Ramara. These facts underscore the needs for greater awareness and support. You may remember in 2015, 3 women in Renfrew County were murdered by a former partner. In 2022, the CWK inquest, as it was titled after the initials of the last names of the victim, was hailed by experts as a gift of solutions, producing 86 recommendations to improve responses to IPV. You may have also heard this called the Renfrew County inquest. And the first recommendation of that 86 was that the government of Ontario should formally declare intimate partner violence as an epidemic. Although the province has not yet taken this step, municipalities across Ontario have begun to act. In rejecting to call out IPV as an epidemic, the Ontario government says epidemic refers only to an infectious disease. The Canadian federal government has acknowledged it and follows calls to treat IPV as a widespread, non-communicable crisis requiring urgent society-wide action. And the Association of Municipalities of Ontario has declared and states that municipal governments are key partners in responding to issues of IPV, gender-based violence, and violence against Indigenous women. So to date in Ontario, 110 municipalities have passed motions declaring IPV an epidemic, and that is over 70% of the Ontario population. As more and more municipalities declare IPV an epidemic, the people of Ontario are putting pressure on the province to act. Next slide. So this timeline highlights actions taken in the wake of the 2022 Renfrew inquest in our neighboring communities. These declarations from nearby communities underscore what we know: intimate partner violence is a critical issue. For every femicide on the list, there are countless more survivors who are not safe in their homes not safe in their jobs, or in their communities. By declaring, Ramara can join the growing number of municipalities in demanding action from all levels of government to address this. By endorsing the declaration today, you would be joining advocates and 110 other municipalities from around the province. The concept is meant to shine a light on the issue and drive government to action. In the words of Barack Executive Director Candace Hawk, by supporting this initiative, it would demonstrate to victims that community leaders recognize this and are aiming to reduce the stigma associated with victims leaving violent relationships. A declaration as such would make significant steps in raising awareness of the ongoing need for resources and supports to be made available in the community. As our letter of support from Kim Nishaw, the Executive Director of North Simcoe Victim Services states, we wholeheartedly support the initiative advocated by CFUW Aurelia to declare an IPV crisis in our region. Our stats alone for calls for support for victims of intimate partner violence have increased 64% from 2023 to 2025. Those in abusive relationships can feel helpless and isolated, but a declaration of intimate partner violence as an epidemic can help change that. You would be sending a message of hope that survivors are seen, they matter, they're not alone, and there is hope. We respectfully ask Ramara Council to declare intimate partner violence an epidemic. This declaration would demonstrate leadership, raise awareness, and support frontline organizations in our community. It would also align Ramara with municipalities across Ontario, recognizing the urgency of this issue. Such a declaration sends a powerful message. Survivors are seen, they matter, and they are not alone. There is no cost to this action. We also encourage council to write to neighboring municipalities, including the County of Simcoe, that have not yet made this declaration, and urge them to declare intimate partner violence an epidemic. And of course, urge the province of Ontario to recognize IPV as an epidemic. Should you proceed, CFUW Aurelia would be pleased to offer advocacy suggestions and work alongside your staff to support next steps. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for that presentation, and thank you for all the hard work you do. I find it interesting that they say it's for infectious diseases only. I disagree, because I think we all know violence breeds violence. And if it's allowed to go unchecked, then you end up with a world of chaos. So certainly I would imagine council will support that later in our agenda. And then maybe some other suggestions going forward. I have a little bit of Pollock County, so certainly I can get a letter to table there as well. Deputy Mayor.
I'm just curious where you get your stats from. I spent quite a few of my years in my early years after I got out of college and university in that industry. It's interesting because I just don't know how you gather all the numbers. I'm sure they're higher than what you have, because I worked at Royal Victoria Hospital in the detox, and we had 24-hour crisis line, and we've seen that all the time. I was one of the first on the team that started the first mental health crisis house in Barrie, and I was a mobile crisis worker. It's so hard to gather because so many services see it, but to gather those numbers would be extremely difficult.
Thank you. And thank you for what you did. I would say yes. We have been working on this initiative for over a year now. I have Krista's story here from the executive director of Greenhaven, who has provided a number of stats. The OPP, I will admit, were the hardest to get. But that quote that I read, sorry, I'm just referencing my notes. She is the manager of data, statistics, and analysis unit at the Strategic Services Bureau from the OPP. And I received that quote about the 18% increase on March 15th, 2026. Yes, very hard to get stats. And the two, I'll get the names wrong. Detachment abuse issues investigators that I met with last February, I could not get stats out of them, no matter how hard I tried. They don't seem to track it that way. It seems to be provincial. They've got the funds to track it.
Well, I support 100% after what I've seen in my many years doing this. And I think that you do great work, and I think you need to get that out there. But I really do think those numbers are much higher. And I think it is something we really need to take seriously.
Thank you. Thank you.
Counselor Bell.
Thank you. My comment is along the same lines. As far as the data is being all captured within the larger bucket mental health, are you already doing advocacy with groups like AMO to try to say we need to separate that statistic out and look at it as a standalone statistic?
Our organization, CFUW Aurelia, made the decision that we would try and tackle this on the local level to get councils and municipalities to declare. AMO that would be our provincial organization who should be.
And that's what I'm asking. Yeah, the provincial organization, not you specifically, but
Yeah.
is the provincial organization working? Because that piece of it in capturing data will be important. Because I don't think you should be lumping it into mental health. It's certainly not a mental health
absolutely
issue.
not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So is the provincial organization already working on that front, or is that still something that's you were not there yet because you don't have enough municipal?
Because the province of Ontario has not taken action, the take from CFUW Ontario Council was that we should try and tackle it municipally and hopefully push the pressure up. I hope that answers
Thank
your
you.
question.
Yeah.
Okay, Counselor Tuyu.
Thank you. I'm so glad that you're bringing this forward to us, as having our support would help significantly in demonstrating to the province that this problem is getting worse. Having that empty space on that really impactful map filled in alongside our fellow municipalities, counties, and regions will demonstrate the importance not only to provincial leaders who can make a difference, but as you said, to victims and survivors who need us to see them and give them some hope. Can you tell me about your efforts in the surrounding municipalities? Are they being asked, and what's your timeline on that?
They are being asked, absolutely. Our president from CFUW, do you want to stand up, Diane? So this is the president of CFUW Aurelia, Diane Portis, and she is presenting to Oro Medonte April 22nd, so next week at their meeting. And then we also have a member from Severn who is here, Wendy Taylor. She will be presenting in Severn, May 6th. And not sure if you've read Aurelia Matters lately or not, but our very own Maggie Buchanan, we got the reconsideration vote and we are going to Aurelia May 25th.
Awesome.
I hope that answers your question, Councillor, to you.
Yes, thank you.
Any other comments? And I see a former county councillor, Donna Jebb, is here as well. Welcome, Donna. Was it ESSA, or I'm going to get in trouble now? New to council, a deputy mayor. Yes.
She's actually she's here as the president of Simcoe County Women's Institute, one of our supporters.
Yes.
And Donna has registered for open forum.
Oh, awesome. So I'm glad I recognized you now before I got embarrassed later. I didn't see you sitting there, Donna. Any other comments, questions from council? We will. So thank you very much for your deputation. Okay, next I have a deputation from Tanya Clark and Dorothea Hangard from the Couchiching Conservatory. Yeah.
The Couchiching Conservancy.
Yeah.
We often do get mistaken for an organization that teaches piano lessons.
I used to take piano lessons way back in the day, but unlike this gentleman, I'm not very good at it.
Hi, thank you to Mayor Clark and council for taking the time to hear us today. I'm Dorothea Hangard, the Executive Director of the Couchiching Conservancy, a charitable land trust with a strong interest in conserving and protecting land in Ramara Township. It's also deeply meaningful for me to be here today speaking to Ramara Councillor in particular. I'm a descendant from the Whitney and Anderson families who settled in Atherley in the late 1800s. Actually, I think it was the mid 1800s. My grandfather and his brother started the Atherley General Store across from the Atherley Arms Hotel, where I think Tim Hortons would be the nearest location for that now. And we have several family farms in the area. I'm here with my colleague, Tanya Clark, who I will let introduce herself, and she will start off the presentation by telling you more about what we do.
Hello, and thank you. My name is Tanya Clark. I'm the Fundraising Engagement Manager for Couchiching Conservancy. I'm a longtime resident of Aurelia, and I've spent many of my summers playing in the Black River locally. If you can go to the next slide. Thank you. We wanted to share a little bit about the Couchiching Conservancy. If you don't already know, we're a charitable nonprofit land trust that were formed in 1993 with the mission to protect nature for future generations. We are your local land trust. We work in Ramara. And we do this work by accepting land donations. We purchase land sometimes, and we also do conservation easements. So we work with private landowners. And once that land is protected, we work to care for it. And that really depends on the landscape. But in many cases, that can mean working on invasive species like Phragmites. That means doing community science monitoring for species and species at risk. We also have a number of trails, so doing trail monitoring and things like that. Next slide, please. Since we were formed, we've protected 15,224 acres. We have 59 nature reserves and easements, and we work in partnership with organizations like Nature Conservancy of Canada, Ontario Parks, Wildlife Preservation Canada, and others. And we have about 20 kilometers of trails, and we work with roughly 300 volunteers each year who contribute over 5,000 hours of time. Sometimes it's hard to envision what does over 15,000 acres really look like. So we've created this map. So if you imagine driving from Bass Lake all the way to the Fish Narrows, Fish Weirs at the Atherley Narrows, or from Artria at the north down to Scout Valley in the south, imagine that all of that is protected land. That's what we protect together. So really big progress over 30 years, and we are keen to do more. Next map, please. This shows a map of our priority areas and the areas that are already protected with Couchiching Conservancy and partners. So the areas outlined in yellow are areas that we've identified as priority to protect. That was determined through our natural heritage conservation strategy, which factored in what kind of natural land is still existing, where are species at risk because they're indicators of good quality habitat and things like that. And we've made great progress. And as you can see, there is a lot more to do in our region. Next slide, please. So I thought I would show what exactly has been protected in Ramara. So there's almost 400 acres of land protected by the Couchiching Conservancy between 4 different nature reserves. A lot of them are wetland. They're very important, particularly as we are getting a lot of rain this week. The Sweetwater Farm Nature Reserve is the property that has a trail. Maybe some of you are familiar with it. It is on Pearl Carrick's Road and Don Carrick Lane. It is has been protected since 2019 and has a 2-kilometer trail. Whitney Wetland and McIsaac Wetland are adjacent to one another. They're on Monk Road near Side Road 20. McIsaac is one of the longer standing protected areas. It's been protected since 1998, and the Whitney Wetland was protected in 2019. We're also doing our very first eco passage at the Whitney Wetland, which is very exciting. And lastly is the Nicholson Nature Reserve. There is no road to get there, really. It's very, very wild, but it's been protected since 2021. Next slide, please.
So the map that we're looking at, the red parcel to the north is 431 acres on the north side of concession 7. That's what brings us here today. But you're likely curious about the 600-acre parcel to the south, given I know that LCP3 Land Limited has made recent presentations to council on their quarry. So I thought I would explain what's going on there. You're probably curious about it. LCP3 approached us to accept a donation of 600 acres as a habitat offset, conditional on their quarry license succeeding. We agreed. Once that was signed, they separately approached us about purchasing the 431-acre parcel to the north. After months of negotiation, we agreed to pay $1.3 million for this property. It's a completely separate transaction, not tied to the offset lands or the quarry. Together, these two parcels, though, would protect 1,000 acres in Ramara Township. We're calling it Lake Dalrymple Alvar. And it's no exaggeration to say that we've never been more excited about an acquisition. Who knew that there was globally unique Alvar in Ramara Township? We've known for 5 or 6 years. We've been working hard to protect the Cardin Alvar on the other side of Lake Dalrymple, which comprises 15,000 acres protected with partners so far. But the day our biologist drove me out to the end of concession 7 and we stepped out of the car to hear upland sandpipers calling, something I've never heard in Ramara Township, and prairie smoke was waving in the wind in the field behind them, I was excited for Ramara Township. Alvar is no longer the exclusive purview of the city of Kawartha Lakes. Now Ramara can also make that claim to fame. At $1.3 million, this is the most we've ever paid for our property. Our total budget is $1.6 million, and that covers the Stewardship Endowment Fund, legal costs, and so on. But we consider it worth every penny, and we hope you do too. Nate? This is the only undeveloped piece of Lakeside Alvar left in the area. The 1.9 kilometer of shoreline. It's got an extensive wild rice stand at the south end. And I'll just get you to notice that cottage. Maybe, Nate, I might get you to play this twice because it goes by awfully quickly. Will it play again for you? Great. Okay, so at the top end of the screen, what you see offshore is a very extensive stand of wild rice. Where you see the cottage, I just want you to take note of that. I'm going to talk about it more in a minute. Lakeside Alvar is the rarest of rare. It is habitat for plants found almost nowhere else on Earth, including 7 ranked as extreme Alvar indicators on this property, and 5 ranked high. We've identified 23 species at risk so far. The true locals. Nate? We've all lost places that we loved. Lakeside, where we used to picnic or swim, that are now lined with waterfront homes. Imagine a 1.5 kilometer walk out to that lakeside lookout and being able to go there forever, never having to wonder if it'll still be there. We plan to open up that laneway as a public walking trail, and you can see here photos from a board outing last fall. Our ask to Ramara Council is for $50,000. That's the price of what it would cost you to help protect this land forever. 100 years from now, that's going to feel like spare change. We want to protect it not just for us, for every family in Ramara that'll walk that laneway, hear those sandpipers, and never have to wonder if it'll still be there next summer. We're asking you to make that possible. Help us to protect this place forever.
Thank you.
Are there any questions?
Very familiar with that property. I remember walking it years ago. Martin Farms originally was back in that area. There was always a fear that it would become a quarry. I know. And can you imagine a quarry below the water table right next to Lake Dalrymple? So I'm actually very ecstatic to see that you can get this land because to protect it for the future is critical.
Great.
So I'll open it up to the floor first. Councillor Tuyu.
Thank you, and thanks for the presentation. At the AGM, I remember hearing about a very generous offer. Was it from Russell Christie?
Yeah, there are a few people
Right.
that are making that generous match.
Right,
Yes.
right, that the donations would be matched for any contributions received before April 30th.
That's
And I'm
correct.
just wondering if this would include any funds donated by municipality.
Oh, well, Tanya, can you explain the nuances of that? Like, as far as, I would say that if the municipality donated by the end, before the end of April, that you would be included as matching funds on that. But, and you could also choose to donate yours as an additional matching fund campaign. Let's say if you did it in May. But yeah, I'm not sure. Does that answer your question? Like, maybe I've misunderstood.
It does, it does. No, I just wanted to also point out that just donating, knowing that there is matching funds, whether it, works for the municipality or anyone wanting to donate privately, it just
Right,
is a nice
okay.
additional
Thank you for that,
incentive.
Dana.
Yes, you're welcome. And also, I wanted to point out that as an advocate for reptiles and amphibians, I'm so grateful for the work on eco passages that you've been doing to allow for wildlife to cross under the road safely, and basically a huge open culvert. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Yeah, and we received a very nice surprise. The provincial government is giving us a grant for $400,000, 402,500. We just found out about that before Easter. And so that brings our total now to 1.2 million. So we're getting very close. The closing date on this is the end of May, May 28th. And, as I said earlier, we're hoping to raise a total of 1.6 to cover our additional expenses.
Okay,
Are there any other questions?
comments?
We're going to follow up
Yes.
with a package. I understand that you receive packages on Fridays. And so we're going to follow up with some additional materials. And also, we would like to invite all of council to come for a walk on the property later in May. We'd like to arrange a special date if you'd like to come out and see it with us.
Good. Thank you. Oh, Councillor you.
Sorry, I just thought of this, speaking of having it used as exclusively a walking trail, which is a great idea as opposed to letting ATVs and whatnot ripping through it. How would you propose protecting it from potential wheels?
Fencing is the main method that we use. We find that even boundary signs, well placed, go a long way. We find that initially when we make an acquisition that the public's used to using in that way, that it can take some time, but we're in it for the long haul and we eventually just, wear people down. The successive generations that are used to using the property, they go on to other activities and we eventually prevail. But we use split rail fencing as well so that it's wildlife friendly. And we've budgeted a fair bit for fencing on this project.
You're right. The signing does work. It takes a little time,
It
but
does.
at the end of the day, even the fools on the four-wheelers want to respect nature and they get the message that, but it does take
Yeah.
time. You're in the long game.
Yeah, we've spoken to some of the people that are currently using the space. There's a beautiful stainless steel barbecue up by that cottage I showed you, and a big pile of bottles and a lot of fireworks debris. And some of the people that live across the lake on the other side have talked to us about that and mentioned it. But we've actually know who some of the folks are, and we've talked to them a little bit. So yeah. Thank you.
I have a question.
Oh,
Sorry.
Councillor
no,
Bell,
thank you.
go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. No, that's okay. And it may be obvious, but do you work, and we don't have an ATV association in Ramara, not a structured one like Corley
Right.
does, for example. But
Right.
do you work directly with the ATV associations? Because they have quite a reach, educationally speaking. And I don't know, would that help you to expedite?
It's a good question. We work with the snowmobile club, the many snowmobile clubs around the area, because we have a snowmobile trail that goes across the Whitley wetland, and we've gotten to know them that way. But we haven't directly been working with the ATV club. There's quite an extensive ATV lobby going on right now that you might know about regarding Crown land.
And also too, just the Ontario Federation of Snowmobile Clubs is working with the Ontario ATV associations as well. So I think,
Right.
And I realize we're just talking about a small piece of Ontario, but locally, I feel like you might be able to tap into an education network that is already fairly powerful and does its own advertising and social media and all those kinds of things. So it might help you to expedite that process.
That's great advice. Thank you. Yeah.
Other questions? Dana, go ahead, Counselor Tuyu.
Sorry, this is just another comment. At the AGM, I had to run out on my way to another event, but I didn't get a chance to give you a hug. Dorothea's retiring this year, but I think it's just fantastic that to the very end, you're advocating so hard for the Conservancy. So thank you for everything you do.
Thank you, Dana. We've appreciated your support over your years on council as well.
Okay. If there's no further questions or comments, thank you very much for
Thank
your
you.
presentation. And I will take a break as soon as we do the open forum, because I know there's an open forum on some of the agenda we've had today. The first one I have, though, is our CEO of the library, Elise. I think Anne Blanger is with you, as well as Ruth James. Come on up. And this is, of course, over the Smile campaign. I know you wanted to do a deputation, but we had so many today. But so if it takes a little more than a minute, we will forgive that. So go ahead.
I promise to go fast. Good morning, Mayor, Council, and members of the public. I'm Elise. I'm the CEO of the Public Library, and I'm very thrilled to represent the Friends of the Library today to speak on their behalf. We have Ruth, Anne, and Joe Helen that are part of the Friends. It's a fun group of comedians, ladies, that meet and have a great time together filled with laughter, joy, and making friends in the community. But what they do is they raise funds for the library, which supports programs for the community to make sure that they're free. So the library provides programs at cost, and they make sure to cover that cost so that we can continue to do it for free. Recently, although we don't have the goats, rabbits, or ferrets, we do have the Toronto Zoo passes that you can go and see some of these animals in. They've also supported programs like PD Days, Little Adventures, summer reading programs, and so much more. Now, how can you support them? Their goal is to fundraise for the library, and we have the sweetest campaign yet. We've got the Smile Cookie campaign coming up April 27th to May 3rd. So you only have 7 days to buy cookies. In 2024, we raised $4,500, and the Friends are hoping to do even more. We're asking council, your council day falls on the first day of the cookies. We'd love for you to support, have some sweet treats for yourselves, maybe for the members as well, and asking you to put in an order form. We have to put it in 48 hours before, and these ladies will be icing them up just for you. Thank you very much for supporting the Friends.
Thank you. Boy, you don't have to twist my arm to eat cookies, so that shouldn't be a problem. So now I have some folks on 7.1 on the presentation. So I will start with Joyce Hurd, please. Come on up, Joyce. And I'll have Karen Baldock on deck. Whenever you're ready, Joyce.
My name is Joyce Hurd. I've permanently lived in Ramara for the last 20 years, but my grandparents bought my husband's grandparents bought the property in 1931. So we've had a long history being here. I'm also a member of the quilting group through the Ramara Library. So I just wanted to support the presentation from the CFUW because I think it's very important that we are covered for it. Thank you.
Thank you. And Karen Baldock, followed by Donna Jebb.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am a member of CFUW Aurelia and at one point in time was the president, and I am sisters with the current president. So there you go. Anyway, one of the most important things that local government can do is to help set the tone by clearly stating that intimate partner violence is unacceptable in your community. Council reinforces that this is not something to be minimized or ignored. That message supports survivors and helps shift attitudes over time. I encourage council to continue using their voice to make that message very clear. So I am in support of the deputation that Heather Lewis gave. Thank you.
Thank you. Donna Jebb and then Diane Portillas.
Good morning, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Council, and staff. I'm here to support the deputation as well. Simcoe Area Women's Institute have written letters, and your question about the provincial level, our Federated Women's Institutes of Ontario have written 3 letters to the provincial government with no response. The third letter is going out just this week. So we hope through your council and the other mayors of Simcoe County, you could push for further movement on this. I know AMO has declared it. New Tecumseh, Bradford, West Gwillimbury have already declared it. Agila Toss and ESSA and Innisfil, I believe, have done it, but I'm not 100% sure. So South Simcoe, we have been pushing them down there, and 2, 3 for sure have declared it an epidemic as well. Simcoe County Victim Services, they work out of Barrie, and they may have some statistics for you as well. I sit on that board, but we are very supportive of this, and please push the rest of the councils in Simcoe County to declare it, and maybe push at the AMO meeting that the province do declare it. Thank you.
Thank you, Donna. And I have Diane and then Dale Rowe.
As you've heard, I am the current president of CFUW Aurelia. I just also wanted to say, of course, we support the deputation. We have been working on gathering this information and getting ready to do these deputations for a year and a half. And I will just say that I will support or go up to Ontario Council of CFUW and ask them to take action with the province and with the OPP to try to separate their stats so we get a better idea. Thank you.
Thank you. And Dale.
Good morning, Mayor Clark, members of council, and members of the public. I'm also here on behalf of the Canadian Federation of University of Women and the Declaration of Intimate Partner Violence as an Epidemic. So I'm Dale Rowe, the Executive Director at the Lighthouse in Aurelia, and I'm speaking on gender-based violence in the homeless population. And as you saw from the presentation, over 200 women were sent elsewhere, and hopefully not to the streets. As you know, homelessness is both a social issue and a health issue. Homelessness has increased by 25% since 2022 and 15% in women. The Association of Municipalities of Ontario research indicates that homelessness will double in the next 10 years without significant intervention. So the physical and emotional health of people experiencing homelessness is very concerning. People experiencing homelessness have half the life expectancy of the general population. 50% of people experiencing homelessness have mental illness, and most have experienced significant trauma. Youth who enter the shelter system are more likely to experience chronic homelessness. So these stats, as I said, are from the Association Municipality of Ontario, as well as the Canadian Observancy on Homelessness. So at the Lighthouse, we actually don't track gender-based violence, as that isn't a requirement for our services. However, as safety increases for women and gender diverse people and trust builds while in shelter, many stories of traumatic experiences have been shared with staff. 25% of women experiencing homelessness report sexual assault living on the streets. Survival strategies mean women and gender diverse individuals are forced to use sex in exchange of basic needs, shelter, food, and money. Trafficking, in particular of youth, is also a hidden problem in our community. The Lighthouse is generously funded by the County of Simcoe, and we fundraise for about a third of our services, such as mental health supports and the medical clinic, and we're grateful for this support. With additional mental health support, we've been able to reduce phone calls to OPP by 50%. And this is significant savings for our community and province. And I hope it outlines just what we can do if we're working together. So we know that systemic change is needed by all levels of government. And while these stats are full of despair, there's also hope. It will take a full community response to improve this situation. Advocacy for more mental health and addiction services, supportive and deeply affordable housing, and basic income guarantees are a few examples. And private citizens can make a difference too. Intentional social connections are critical. Caring for one another and showing up with empathy is a great start. Designing communities and neighborhoods for social connections is also critical, especially after COVID. We don't like to talk about that anymore. But I want to reiterate, while these problems are huge, there is hope if we work together as a community. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just have one more presentation, Agnes Perez, on item 11.4.2, I believe, which is the retention bylaw, and then we'll take a break. So whenever you're ready, Agnes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. Thank you, everyone, for letting me speak. I didn't see the agenda till late last night, so I didn't write a speech or anything, so I'm just gonna ad lib.
Perfectly
Okay?
fine.
All right. It states here that the council acknowledges that the meeting minutes constitutes the official record of council proceedings. That's great. The only question I have is, I won't ask, I'm not allowed to ask questions, right? The only statement I have is, if I do a comparison with the video and the actual minutes, they're not the same. So there are things seem to be missing from the minutes that are on the video. So I love the video, but that's my preference. And it says that you're only thinking of keeping it for a year. The page number, can't read the page number 4, under alternatives or financial information, says there's no financial impact associated with the suggested motion. However, if council directed to retain local copies of electronic meeting recordings, additional budget may be required for storage and space. Okay. Back in the old days when I worked at CBC, we stored everything external drives. I believe a 2 terabyte drive would probably suffice 5-6 years of council meetings. You could download them, and it would probably be enough for maybe even 10 years. So a $50 cost would cover 5 to 10 years of storing. I just wanted to share that with you. So I would like to somehow find out who to speak to regarding the fact that the video and the actual records, the meetings minutes do not jive. So therefore, how is that? Like, I don't know how I can take that as accuracy, or what to do about that.
That would be the clerk's department you would reach out to, and they
Okay,
can
which
clarify.
clerk?
That would be Rebecca right now.
Okay, thank you. So I will.
I know
will,
that's a
and-
question, but I'll direct you in the right
Yeah,
direction.
no, I actually really appreciate that because last time when I spoke, none of it was on the minutes.
Right.
Not the details, only the fact that I spoke, but what I spoke was not written down. Therefore, the public does not see or hear or even know after it's gone what I said. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yes. Yes, current term
That's
plus
what's in
1
the
year.
recommendation,
But
yeah.
if you would like to save it longer, it's not an expensive thing. $50 would go a long way on 2 terabytes. Go back to the way CBC used to do it. They used to have hard drives and save everything on there. You could file it like a really easy filing system each year, 1 terabyte if you want, simple
Perfect.
and easy to refer to. And hopefully that will help you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a
Agnes.
great day.
And so with that, I would look for a motion to take a break.
Through the chair, I'll just need a mover and a seconder.
A move by Councillor Snudge, second by Councillor Fisher, that we take a break until, what do you think, 10:25? 10:25. Take a decent break. All in favor? That's carried. Yep. All right. Chris? I believe I have everybody back, Nate, so whenever you're ready. We're good to go. I will look to my clerk to confirm I still got my quorum. Didn't lose anybody.
Through the chair, I can confirm you have quorum.
Thank you. So we finished the open public forum. Now we're on to the minutes. I will had a request from the audience. Please speak directly into your microphone so that everybody can hear. So if we can remember that. Though I've never heard anybody complain they couldn't hear me. But anyways, that's beside the point. So I have the minutes, Madam Clerk.
Through the chair, that the minutes of the following meetings be adopted as presented. Council meeting minutes dated March 23rd, 2026. Council meeting closed session minutes dated March 23rd, 2026. Special council meeting minutes dated March 30th, 2026. And special council closed session minutes dated March 30th, 2026.
Can I have a mover and a seconder for the minutes? Moved by Councillor Fisher, second by Councillor Snutch. Any questions arising or business arising for the minutes? Not seeing any, so all in favor? That is carried. Thank you. So I'll need the motion to recess back into committee of the whole.
Through the chair, that council recess and convene as committee of the whole at 10:28 a.m.
Thank you. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Moved by the deputy mayor, second by Councillor Tuyu. All in favor? That is carried. And I guess we're back in the closed session here just to deal out with three more items. One, two, three, four more items.
Through the chair, that pursuant to section 239(4) of the Municipal Act 2001, SO 2001, Chapter 25, notice is hereby given that the Committee of the Whole intends to hold a closed session meeting in the Richard P. Bates Boardroom at 10:28 a.m. to deal with item 10.2.2 regarding application of a new member to the Ruta in Ramara Committee, 10.2.3 regarding contractual relationship with Good Doctors, Inc., 10.2.4 regarding legal opinion, civic web portal privacy and information / human resources matter, and 10.2.5 regarding litigation update and strategy, road widening on Ramara Road 47. Being matters pursuant to section 239(2)(b), personal matters about an identifiable individual, E, litigation or potential litigation, F, advice subject to solicitor-client privilege, and K, a position plan procedure criteria to be applied to any negotiations of the said act.
Thank you. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor Bell, second by Councillor Tuyu. All in favor? That is carried. Okay. Are we ready, Nate? Oh, one moment. Yeah. Pen, did I leave it in there?
Through the chair, thank you for your patience. I can confirm we have quorum and we just have the motion to rise from closed session.
Yes.
So if that committee of the whole rise from closed session at 12:15 PM and reconvene in open session and report.
Moved by Counselor Fisher, second by the deputy mayor. All in favor? That is carried. Why don't we pass the in-camera motions now and then we'll take a break for lunch? Are you ready to do them or?
Through the chair, I may just need a minute to prepare the open session.
We'll do it when we
motions.
come back then. So why don't we take our motion to break for lunch then? What's council say, 1 o'clock? Yeah, everybody. So we will reconvene until 1 o'clock. We'll take lunch.
And I'll just need to move her in a second,
Moved
please.
by Counselor Bell, second by Counselor Snutch. All in favor, that is carried. See everybody at 1. Get something to eat. We're good. Okay, call the meeting back to order. Hope everybody had time to get something to eat. We've got, let's do our in-camera. Oh, first I'll confirm that we still have a quorum here with my clerk, and then we'll do the in-camera motions.
Through the chair, I can confirm you still have quorum.
Thank you.
Through the chair, so we're starting at 11.1, and we'll just put these on the screen. The first item that we have is with regards to 11.1.1, which is the litigation update and strategy in regards to Bertrand et al. Versus Township of Ramara et al. The open session report is as follows. That report CS 0726 regarding litigation update and strategy Bertrand et al. Versus Township of Ramara et al. 2026 ONSC 1662 be received as information. And that report CS 0726 be referred to the April 13th, 2026 council agenda for same day ratification.
Well, that was our 8:45 this morning legal update, moved by Councillor Fisher, second by Councillor Tuyu. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. 10.22.
Through the chair, this is regarding the appointment of a new member to Ruta in Ramara. The motion drafted is as follows. That report CD 1226 dated March 31st, 2026 regarding appointment of a new member to the Ruta in Ramara committee be received, and that council appoint Kathy Manners to the Ruta in Ramara committee for the term ending November 14th, 2026. And that report CD 1226 be referred to the April 13th, 2026 council agenda for same day ratification.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Snutch, second by Councillor Fisher. All in favor? That is carried. 2-4 now. Or 2-3, sorry, 10.23.
Yes, through the chair. Yes, this is item 11.1.3, which is the contractual relationship with Good Doctors, Inc. This motion is as follows. That report CSO 526 regarding contractual relationship with Good Doctors, Inc. be received, and that the confidential direction to staff be adopted, and that report CSO 526 be referred to the April 13th, 2026 council agenda for same day ratification.
May I have a mover? Councillor Snutch, second by Councillor Tuyu. All in favor? That is carried. I guess 10.24 now.
Through the chair, the motion as drafted is as follows. That report CD 1426 regarding legal opinion, civic web portal privacy and information / human resources matter be received, and that the confidential direction to staff be adopted, and that report CD 1426 be referred to the April 13th, 2026 council agenda for same day ratification.
Moved by Councillor Fisher, second by the Deputy Mayor. All in favor? That is carried. Was that the last one, I think?
Through the chair, there is one more, which is the road
2.5,
widening litigation update and strategy.
Yes.
This motion is as follows. That report CS 0626 regarding litigation update and strategy road widening on Ramara Road 47 matter be received as amended, and that the confidential direction to staff be adopted, and that the Director of Corporate Services / Legal be delegated authority to execute the next steps of the matter if required, and that report CS 0626 be referred to the April 13th, 2026 council agenda for same day ratification.
Moved by Councillor Snutch, second by Councillor Tuyu. All in favor? That is carried. Now on my agenda, I've got move into open session. We've already done that. We did that before we broke. Motions rising from closed. We've done council reports. We've done. Board and committee reports, 11.31.
Yes, through the chair. This was a request from the Ramara Township Public Library. Their resolution that they passed is attached to this report on the agenda. The motion that is put before committee is as follows. That report BCO 126 regarding amendment to Ramara Public Library Board bylaw number of board members be received, and that council support the amendment of bylaw 97.102 being a bylaw to establish public libraries and a board in the Township of Ramara to change the required number of board members as set out in Schedule A to report BCO 126.
So can I have a mover and we'll get it on the floor? Moved by the Deputy Mayor, second by Councillor Fisher. And yeah, I think there was an amendment that it be one under quorum, which is what it is right now, is it not? It's 9 with up to 4 being allowed to be council members. So we're looking at a reduction to 7, and it'll be 3, up to 3 council members. Is that
Thanks. Through the chair, the language that was included in the resolution passed by the board was at least 7 members. So a minimum of 7, and then the exact wording with respect to council representation. If you just give me one moment, I will get that in front of me here. It was that at least 1 and not more than 1 less than a majority of the board shall be members of the said council, and the remainder of whom shall be qualified citizen appointees.
Right. Deputy Mayor.
With the one piece on that, I think the one thing they wanted to know, I think they wanted somebody who's an alternate as well, basically, so that if that council member can't attend, at least we have a representative there at all meetings. So we may want to clarify that with them, but I believe that was part of it, is they wanted to make sure we always had representation there.
Through you, your worship, unfortunately, I don't see the CEO present at this time. I would have thought that she'd be here to speak to the report, so I'm not sure about the specific change that is being suggested. So I'm not sure if you want to hold this in abeyance, Mr. Mayor, and we can get her here, or you can pass the motion as it is.
I think we can do the amendment because we could pass up to 3. I don't know how many are on the library board now. Just no, but how many council members? 2. Yeah, we could have had 4. We only chose to put 2 on. So this is I have no issue with passing it today, and we still have our same 2 representatives on there. So at this point, there would be no change. Any other comments? Councillor Bell.
Just a question, but aren't they asking to amend it so that it no longer says up to 4? Isn't that part of this? Right. So they just, I think they're just, right. So the up to 4 would be gone anyway, but I think they're just asking for 1 in my conversation with the chair. So I don't think we need to worry about the alternate.
Well, yeah, what they've got here is 1 less than a majority of the members. So that would be 3 out of 7 as opposed to 4 out of 7. So that's what they're saying, that, and that's the way it is now. We don't have enough to make a majority. I think that's kind of standard in all library boards.
Through the chair, yes, the way it's worded currently that they're looking to amend to is the Ramara Public Library Board shall consist of a minimum of 7 persons appointed by the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Ramara, of whom at least 1 and not more than 1 less than the majority of the board shall be members of the said council, and the remainder of whom shall be qualified citizen appointees.
It's already there. Okay. So all in favor? That is carried. Thank you. And as I go on to the next item, which is 11.41, maybe I'll go to our fire chief or a general manager to introduce one of the newest teams to the member of council, because I believe it's your report.
Thank you, your worship. I'm glad to have this opportunity to introduce our new manager of bylaw, Brian Rayner. He is the author of this report and brings with him a great background of knowledge of not only bylaw policing. He has a very robust history dealing with these kind of issues and bylaws typical to municipalities. So I will forward any questions or anything to the Manager Rayner on any questions on this bylaw.
All right. Yes, sir. Anything you want to add to the report right now before we start out, Manager?
Through the chair, no, not at this time. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll look for the motion. We'll get it on the table and then we'll open it up for discussion.
Through the chair, the motion currently drafted is as follows. That report BD 0126 dated April 1st, 2026 regarding adopting an administrative monetary penalty system, AMPS, for the Township of Ramara be received. And that the Township of Ramara pursue an administrative monetary penalty system for the enforcement and collection of administrative monetary penalties for the parking bylaw, the long grass/weeds bylaw, short-term rental bylaw, and licensing bylaw, including development of the relevant bylaws, policies, and procedures required for implementation. And that in accordance with section 23.1 of the Municipal Act 2001, the General Manager of Emergency and Protective Services / Fire Chief be granted delegated authority to implement the required policies and procedures for an AMPS program as set out in OREG 333/07 administrative penalties.
Okay, can I have a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor Fisher, second by Councillor Snutch. Questions or comments? A quicker way maybe to get our money now. Counselor Bell.
Thank you. I have actually quite a few questions and comments, I guess. When I look at this, I don't see that necessarily a lot of municipalities our size have gone down this road. More municipalities are doing it in the last year or two, seemingly, correct? And so implementing this does not come at no cost. So the first question I have is, what's it going to cost for us to implement? Because we need to do a number of things in order to implement. My next question is, why do we need AMPs in order to increase our fines? We can do that anyway because we don't need the AMPs to do that. And then if we were inside the AMP structure, the rule seems to be the same. It has to be not punitive and in keeping with best practice in other municipalities. I don't know who will it serve as all of the different positions that are required in order to implement this program. I'm also concerned that there are challenges with communicating this type of program. So I'm watching it unfold in the community of Parry Sound at the moment. And the community is incensed that they feel their democracy is being taken away because we are arbitrarily placing a fine and they don't really have any recourse. They're sort of found guilty before they're proven guilty in a sense. I also don't know, I don't know how this balances out because there's clearly a number of costs associated and we're not seeing what we anticipate those costs to be. So will we ever be able to bring in enough fines to balance out what this is going to cost to implement? And I would like to see exactly how many municipalities in the range of 10,300, 10,004 residents have actually implemented, because I can't find that many. So I think that we need more information before we could move forward.
Okay, you were going to defer, Chief, were you? Go ahead.
I absolutely can. To Manager Rayner, just before he does answer, there's quite a few questions in there. Just to speak to AMPS and the shift of people going to it, the goal of this is definitely not to be more restrictive on our people or be more costly in any way. The reason this is identified is actually lessening the cost burden on the taxpayers, because currently our position is we have to go to court. And if those court days are deferred or put off or adjourned, it's staffing to go there and then go back another day. And the ability to recoup money lost in that is also very limited because it goes through the province. So that's really high level overarching what the goal of this is. But just to speak finally before I pass it on to Manager Rayner, is the Ontario Fire Code also just came out with AMPS as of this year, January 1st, 2026. And again, because the fire service has also identified the ability to use these AMPS to take care of smaller issues like ticketing for smoke alarms and things like that, instead of having to go to court over these smaller issues. And that's truly the goal of this, is to clean up the smaller stuff. Larger issues that have to go to court will still proceed the same way. And I will, again, letting Brian speak to this, there is recourse through a screening officer and a hearing officer. But if I can at this point, I will defer over to Manager Rayner to add to that.
Go ahead, Manager.
Okay. Through the chair, thank you. I'll try to address the questions one at a time. I think I've copied them here. So the costs, I'll just echo what the fire chief has said there. The whole purpose behind this is actually to streamline how we do things and actually hopefully lessen the costs. For an AMPS regime, a person does not have to go through the traditional courts, so we don't necessarily need representation. They definitely don't have to go through the to pay for a lawyer to do that sort of thing. So you do save some time there, but really it does give the municipality the ability to set fines a little bit easier. For example, if we were looking at parking, we could set what we want. We would have to go through the Ministry of the Attorney General for approval on those, justify them, then we put them back in. So this gives us the ability to set the fines as required by the municipality that are not punitive in nature. So we are saving some costs there. We save costs. Really, it comes down to the efficiency. If somebody were received an AMP, and they fought it through a screening process and a hearing process, that should be done in 3 months. Whereas if somebody were to get a summons, we're looking at probably well over a year in the court system. So there are some huge efficiencies there. And the bylaws that we selected actually have AMPs already written in them. And for example, one of the ones we want to address is the long grass and weeds. You have a $200 AMP already identified and a $600 for a second offense. Without our system of having a hearing officer and screening officer in place, the appeal system is actually quite cumbersome. Because it's an AMP that we're already using, you could go in front of the appeal board, but that would cost you $500 to fight a $200 ticket. So there's going to be some efficiencies and some things that we've already talked about. With the AMPs, I don't think we need to necessarily increase fines, but we have the ability to do that if desired, if it makes sense. And you don't have to justify it. Whereas, like we talked about with the parking, you would have to go and make a pitch to the MAG and then hopefully that they agree for parking. And the other thing that I wanted to make a little bit clearer is most municipalities are doing this for parking. This is where it really starts. This is how it comes into play, and it really helps with the parking. But because we've already discussed AMPs on 3 other bylaws, to me, it made a lot of sense if we wanted to go AMPs for parking, which I think is the right way to go, that we include these other 3 bylaws, because then it's a uniform system to deal with any infractions, the appeal process, and rather than having it all over the board right now, where if you were given an AMP for a short-term rental, you could go to the appeal board to deal with that. But if you've got an AMP for long grass, as we talked about, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense there. And I know council had wanted to look at using AMPs for some of these bylaws. And when prior to me getting here, reading the notes and going through some historical stuff, that the canine control bylaw was to look at that and see how that could work. And it was already drafted with an AMPs eye. And I think, yes, we do want to communicate this to the citizens. And really, I think the messaging is about that we want to protect their fairness. And we also want to do the efficiency. We want them to be able to get in front of somebody, deal with this in a quick, expeditious manner, but still keep the fairness piece. And the way that is having a hearing officer, which is the final decision maker. That's where it would be a third party outside the jurisdiction of the municipality. And that gives us that fairness piece, but it also gives you some oversight where we can look where it won't be biased. And part of making sure an AMPS regime works is following what was set out for parking. There are a lot of rules and process that have to be in place. So any communication, I would argue, we want to make sure that those are addressed. For example, there has to be hearing screening officer policy and procedures, the prevention of political interference and policy, public complaints, financial management and reporting, conflict of interest, and financial hardship. So with the financial hardship, we have a policy. So if somebody can't pay an AMP, the screening officer actually has the ability to give them more time, deal with that situation in a less confrontational, less court type system. So that's one of the other advantages. So I think I kind of skirted a lot of questions there, but.
Thank you. Okay, so just, I guess, a couple of things. I realize that we have to develop all of these policies and put them in place. So there's obviously a cost to developing these policies, but I guess what I'm trying to figure out too is like, so this hearing officer, for example, is that someone, you just said that it's a third party, so we must have to make an arrangement, sign some kind of agreement, and we have to pay a person to be this third party. So I still don't understand, like, I would want to be able to see a better cost to benefit analysis than what we were just seeing right here, so that, not for my benefit personally, but so that we can show how this is working. And then an example, so long grass has been, it's really, on the enforcement side, it's difficult because somebody calls it in, the neighbors want the grass cut desperately, the process takes a very long time. So when you say there'll be efficiencies, will there be efficiencies in that process? So right now, the way it worked, and I can't remember exactly the breakdown, but the person put in the complaint, and then it took however long it took for an individual to go and measure the grass. And then that happened. And then the property was identified through whatever, some letter was sent or whatever. Then they had so many days to answer the letter, and we saw properties that still didn't get cut before summer was out. So if you use just that as an example, if a person needs to cut their grass, will they cut it? Or like, how is it going to change what the enforcement piece looks like?
Through the chair, the cost, I'll deal with that part first. The cost for this would be approximately $600 per day for a hearing officer, or $300 per day per half day, or $90 per hour. Because the limited number that we get, I don't foresee us actually using more than one day. And with those, some of those appeals, the way it's written that we're looking at would be moving short-term rental AMPs away from the appeals tribunal and deal with this. So you would be saving costs for the public because you don't have to pay the $500 to go in front of an appeal board, whereas we cannot charge for hearing or a screening. But we can increase fines. Our fines are very low, to maybe 10, 20% above what they are now. And I apologize, I could probably do a better cost benefit analysis and bring it back, showing where that revenue would come from and how we would collect it. And the other thing that we are looking for with this program, especially under the parking, is if you looked at the report, we have a lot of outstanding fines for parking. 10,000 in 2023, 5,000 in 2024, and 6,000 in 2025. With the AMPS program, part of that would be an application to the provincial government for access to ARIS, which we would be able to take the license plate, go through ARIS, get the registered owner information, and either go through some sort of enforcement or plate denial. It makes it a little bit easier. My understanding is we haven't gone, and you don't need an AMPS to be able to do that. However, it makes it streamlined and makes it a little bit easier. For whatever reason in the past, we haven't really gone down that road. So there is potential revenue there as well that we would be obtaining to help offset some of these costs. And for the long grass and weeds, there's 2 points. You can write an AMPS ticket, and then you can also give an order. So one of my priorities for our area is always about compliance. So if we went in there and said, hey, you know what, you can get a $200 ticket and we're going to give you an order to follow up on, but if you just take care of this right now, we don't have to give a ticket. But we have that ability to do that. My concern with, we've already addressed that we're going to use an AMP, but I don't think we have a consistent mechanism in place to support that.
Thank you. No, I think I'm okay. I think, but I mean, this isn't for same day ratification, is it?
No.
So would we be able to ask then for just maybe a better cost benefit analysis? And maybe if you can show us other municipalities that have implemented, and I mean, I can go do it, but just digging into their reports and just seeing, because that just would help, and also help the public see where the benefits really are in the program.
Through the chair, I can definitely do that.
Yeah. Okay. ahead.
Sorry, is that a motion to refer that back to staff? Is that referring them?
Or I think have that information by council.
Through you, your worship, typically if there is a further request, then that should be enshrined by council so that the member of council gets the information back. So it should be included in any motion moving forward.
So you like an amendment?
Just to amend, yeah, for
Yep,
those
and
documents.
we'll get a quick rundown of what that was, we get a cost estimate comparison, I think was one of them,
And just like some of the other municipalities that we can see that have similar sized municipalities, just so we can.
Again, they have to have a parking bylaw. Like if they don't have a parking bylaw, they probably didn't do it. Yep, and yes. I'll get the amendment up. Deputy Mayor said he'll second it.
I should say, sorry, I put you on the hot seat your first day.
Through you, worship, I apologize for the time. We're just getting our minds wrapped around, I believe, if this motion passes, it's not actually ratified until April 27th,
Right.
right? So the manager wouldn't do the work until after council's ratified it in, on April the 27th. So that's just what we're trying to work with the language, because I understand that perhaps the counselor would like that information prior to making a decision on the report. So if you could just bear with us, we're just going to work our way through to give best advice on how to do that.
Perfect. Madam CAO, is it possible to ratify the amendment today at council? And then we'll have that information for the next.
Mr. Mayor, you are very wise. And that is exactly what we were just talking about, is actually bringing forward this motion to introduce the requirement for some additional work in order for council to make a final decision on the report. So that would be ultimately ratified same day today. So that would enable staff to do the work. And then you would have that information when the main report came back. Okay.
So Through the chair, we do currently have the main motion on the floor. What we'd be looking to do procedurally is postpone the main motion until the following action is undertaken. That staff be directed to bring forward a further cost benefits and benchmarking analysis regarding the AMPS program to the April 27th, 2026 council meeting. So we would need to have a vote on postponing until that action is undertaken.
Correct. And it'll come to the next committee of the whole and we can ratify it that day.
Yes, and we would need a mover and a seconder for
So
that.
that's moved by Councillor Bell, second by the deputy mayor. Everybody understands? So and that'll be same day ratification today. Do you want to add that to this motion? And then action can be taken Tuesday morning.
Through the chair, yes, it's a bit of a complex situation, but what we have added is that the motion before committee of the whole be postponed until the following action is undertaken, that staff be directed to bring forward a further cost benefits and benchmarking analysis regarding the AMPS program to the April 27th, 2026 council meeting, and that the direction of to staff be referred to the April 13th, 2026 council agenda for same day ratification.
I don't remember what day it was. So moved by Councillor Bell, second by the deputy mayor. All in favor? There was none opposed. That's carried, even though I lost a councillor. Okay, so that one's done. We are now on, I think the retention is next, is it not? Yes.
Through the chair, that's correct. We'll just get the motion on the screen. The motion as currently drafted is as follows. That report CD 1526 regarding retention of electronic meeting recordings be received, and that council acknowledge that meeting minutes constitute the official record of council proceedings and that electronic meeting recordings are retained for convenience and transparency purposes only. And that open session council meeting recordings be publicly available for the duration of the council term and retained for one additional year as unlisted content, after which they be deleted. And that electronic meeting recordings be retained only on the township's YouTube channel and not otherwise archived unless required for an active investigation, litigation, or access request under MFIPA. And that the clerk retain authority to remove or restrict access to recordings where required to address legal, privacy, security, or records management concerns. And that live chat be disabled for council meeting live streams.
So moved by the deputy mayor. Do I have a seconder? Get it on the floor here. Second by Councillor Bell. I guess there was some comments made just earlier before the meeting. When we're doing the minutes, the official records, public comments are not included in the minutes, and that's per the policy. We've never have included public comments as part of our minutes, I don't believe, because they're not part of the official record. Go ahead, CEO or Rebecca,
Through
whoever
you, Your
wants to.
Worship, I was just going to say that if you don't mind, I know that Ms. Zanussi would have a comment with respect to that specific issue.
Okay, go ahead.
So yes, through the chair, there is a difference between the official meeting minutes and the recordings of council meetings. Under the Municipal Act, minutes are required to record without note or comment all resolutions, decisions, and other proceedings of council. So that is very clearly legislated. They're not intended to be a verbatim transcript of everything said during the meeting. So for example, when there is a decision of a council, we will include the resolution, any amendments, any procedural things that occurred during that discussion, but we don't include the verbatim transcript of everything said during that discussion. So they do serve different purposes, and that's partly why we are recommending having the meeting recording available for convenience and transparency if someone was not able to watch a meeting or attend. The actual motion, though, should include what the decision is from council and be clearly and specifically worded. And that's where the official meeting records are your record of those decisions versus the recording. So the recording can give some context to discussion, but it's not the official record of what was passed. Those remain in the meeting minutes. I believe the speaker earlier was asking about comments made during open public forum. Currently for open public forum, in connection to that without note or comment requirement under the Municipal Act, we record the name of the speaker and the item that they spoke to on the agenda, but we don't include what was said. And that is primarily because what's said during open forum is not related to a resolution or decision of council. So there isn't an action coming out of that. And if there's any further clarification or questions about that, I'm happy to answer.
Perfect. So questions or comments? Councillor Bell.
Thank you. I think there's, in the language, there's contradiction. So one paragraph says, and that electronic meeting recordings are retained for convenience and transparency purposes only. And then 2 paragraphs later, it says that unless they're required for an active investigation. So if they're only for transparency and convenience, then they cannot be brought to an active investigation. So the 2 things don't align. So that's just one comment. So I think that we need language changes because they just don't. They contradict.
I'll go to Ryan. We'll get clarification on that.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. The wording is actually extremely intentional, and the convenience and transparency purposes is with respect to what Rebecca's outlined, being an official corporate record of decision making, and so ultimately these videos are transitory records, and so it's clarifying that when council's making this decision today, that these records are not meant to be an official record or a substitute or supplement to that official record. So that's that language is there intentionally. And then the second piece of that not being a contradiction is just that if there is a investigation, litigation, and you were to dispose of those records, then you'd be potentially spoiling evidence. And so it's just a specific requirement as to why we would retain them, even if they're transitory. So if litigation were commenced with respect to something, we would need to retain those records potentially beyond this retentions record. If it was specifically relevant to that, even though it's not the official record of the council's decision-making.
In that case, it would be considered destroying a record that is required in a court appeal. I got you. Councillor Bell.
Yeah, thank you. And I understand that, but the concern that I'm raising is that the public doesn't, because what they see is contradictory statements. So I just think that the language somehow needs to be clarified so that maybe it's that first paragraph needs to more specifically say, or remove that from that piece of it, because it reads, and because I had calls on it, that's why I'm raising this. I don't just talk for fun. It was contradictory and people didn't understand it. So their question was, is it or is it not? So that tells me the language is not clear enough to help people understand.
Through the chair, if I
It's
may, I
not
think.
part of the public record, but could be used in a court case. That's, go ahead,
If I
Rebecca.
can clarify, so I think those 2 paragraphs are speaking to slightly different things. The first is saying that council acknowledges that meeting minutes constitute the official record of council proceedings and electronic meeting recordings are retained for convenience and transparency purposes only. So that means that is the reason why we're keeping them rather than disposing of them right after the meeting. This second paragraph that's being referenced says that electronic meeting recordings be retained only on the township's YouTube channel and not otherwise archived unless required. This is speaking to the fact of where we are keeping the records. So it's the location of where those records would be kept. So what it's recommending currently is that when an electronic meeting is recorded, that recording will live on YouTube and we will not otherwise archive or save a local copy of that recording unless it's required for an active investigation, litigation, or access request. So the purpose of retaining it is the same, but it's speaking to the location of where that record is saved.
Okay.
I know that I understand, but I guess maybe I'm not communicating well. Once this meeting goes away now, the only people who know what you just said are people who listen to this meeting for as long as the video recording exists. But the way that the motion reads on the minutes from now until all time is confusing to residents because they didn't understand it because they phoned to ask me why it's contradictory. So what I'm saying is the language in the motion itself is obviously not clear to residents or they wouldn't have been phoning to say they don't understand it. So I guess I'm looking for a clarification that the actual motion that lives on the minutes, people understand what we just said and they don't come and say to me, well, how come you're contradicting yourself? because that's what they think. So I'm not saying what I understand or what it's doing. I understand all that. What I'm saying is what the language says is not clear to the people who are reading it. So I just, why, like, does it need to say in the first one and that, like, do we even need the and that there? Isn't it enough to say that the minutes are the official record of the council proceeding? Because that's really what we're saying. The rest of it's extraneous and confusing, as I think what I'm saying.
Ryan, what's your feeling on that? Because again, because it's in legal jargon, the average person may not understand it, but as long as staff, the clerks and the legal department understand it and we understand it, that's what the bylaw is for.
Through the chair, if it does help clarify, we can add into the fourth item that the location of electronic meeting recordings be retained only on the township's YouTube channel and not otherwise archived. I do think it's important to include both of these items in the resolution because, as I mentioned, they are speaking to different things. And what we're looking to do, as Director Mattson mentioned, is have this be very clear direction for staff and members of council in the future when asking about video recordings. I understand records management can sometimes be have a lot to it. I think it's one of those things that you may either love or hate. And there can be a lot of considerations to it, which is where we have done that research and included that from different legislation and various benchmarking and best practices. So I do see an importance in having that distinction, but if it's amenable, we could add in and that the location of electronic meeting recordings be as such.
Any other comments?
The only other one I have is that the last two, actually, the clerk retain the authority to remove or restrict access to recordings. I'm 100% sure that the public will not like to hear that because it sounds like if you don't like it or whatever, you'll just, there's no rules there. It's very arbitrary. And also that live chat is being disabled because I know that there are healthy chats going on sometimes while the meetings are happening. And I'm pretty confident that residents will not like to hear that they can't participate in a chat. I know you're going to say they can open their own chat and that's fine, but they're watching the video and they're going to want to be able to chat there. So I would want to remove those two from the recommendation. That would be my amendment, that those two pieces be removed as well as the language change.
You want to talk on the clerk removing? I'll go to the clerk one on that one.
Through the chair, yes, I can speak to that. I believe that clause is important to keep in. I do think there are parameters around it as it's drafted because it does say we're required to address legal, privacy, security, or records management concerns. So what that's speaking to is if there was ever a security concern that was investigated and credible from a staff perspective found for that video, then we would not be in a position where we need to keep it online and we would reserve the right to take it down. I think the clerk does have that statutory authority to look at what, when a concern comes in, to investigate. It wouldn't be done in an arbitrary fashion. It's just giving us that as a safeguard.
Right. Okay, as far as the live chat, we don't have the staff to monitor it. I have no issues with that being taken down. I realize people could open their own chat, but if somebody started chatting in this room, I would say, hey, folks, we're in the middle of a meeting. You need to quiet down. Like we would control that chatter. We don't have the personnel right now to monitor that live chat because we're all in here doing the meeting. So I actually agree with that. So Councillor Snotch, I know you have more. Right,
the only thing I was going to say is the thing that we don't do now when there's a missing video or a missing something is have like a placeholder there that says why it's not there. Like, is there a way that we can have, if we have a meeting, for example, if I go to iCompass and there's a meeting and there's no video, but the minutes and agendas are there, is there an opportunity that there's a way or a place, this doesn't have to happen obviously today, it's something you have to think about, so I guess it's just a comment, but that can say that this is purposefully removed, not that we forgot to put it there, you know what I mean? Not so that it's a purposeful decision and it was a decision made by somebody for some reason and not just it's gone.
Rebecca.
Through the chair, that is certainly something we can consider. I would have to investigate just the mechanisms for doing so, because right now the video is actually built into the system. So it's not that there's necessarily a separate location where you can add notes. So it may be having to add a note to the agenda or something like that. So it would require a little bit more investigation, but it's certainly something that I can keep in mind as we go forward.
Perfect. Councillor Snotch.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just wondering about the term. We're keep it for the existing term plus retain it for another year. I would be open to extending that if there's anybody else that's on council that would like to take that up to, that and the next term. But if there's no interest, then I'll just move on.
Well, reading it, I traditionally, and I'll tell you why, it has nothing to do with council. You heard it said here, CBC or even William Matter, any interview, you can go back forever. Like I think I've got interviews way back when I first became a deputy mayor on CTV that I'm sure you can still find them somewhere online. I'm fine with that. I'm a public official. It's what I sign up for. The interviews I do today will be in existence 20 years from now. 100% fine with that. I always get concerned in the case of a public meeting. When public are coming up to this microphone, and I've been at public meetings when some people are terrified of public speaking. I'm not. Most of us here aren't, or we wouldn't be here. But individuals that this is an application that affects their lives, their home. They want to know they're coming to a meeting. I don't know how they would feel knowing that we're going to save those records forever. The videotape of them at maybe their worst moment, up here teary-eyed or crying or stuttering because they're terrified, trying to express their concerns, and then know that's going to be saved for years and years and years, that somebody can zero in on that, take that video. And with so much online bullying that goes on, it's always the public that I worry about how long you're keeping these records. Now, I think right now it only shows the back of people's heads when they're doing deputation. So there's a little bit of protection there that at least their face isn't shown. So I will go as long as a term, sure. Hold counselors accountable. I can live with that. But when we're retaining it much longer than that, that's when the red flags go up for me, because these are individuals of the public that, yes, they've agreed to having themselves videotaped, but do they really know what they're agreeing to? That videotape can be around forever into perpetuity or even 6-7 years down the road? No, I would have an issue with that. If that was the case, I'd want a huge red sign out front that said you are being videotaped and these tapes will be remain forever. And then watch how few people feel comfortable speaking at a public meeting when they know that. And so that's the issue. And reason I come from, and I remember speaking at a public meeting when I was 18, because my father was terrified to speak. So I went up and spoke. It didn't bother me. But then I had two other people in the crowd pull me aside and wanted me to go up and speak on their behalf as well, because they were terrified to come up and speak. And this is the old council chamber in front of 15 people. And they were that terrified. So I don't want to do anything that could discourage the public from taking part. So but I will support this. Hairs are standing up a little bit, but I'll support this one because at least they know there's an end date that'll be taken down. Councillor Fisher.
Thank you. I think the recommendation from staff is term plus a year. I actually would like to ask, I know that you just said that you don't want to go beyond that. And I know Councillor Snutch has just said he wants to go for 2 terms. I actually would like term plus 2 years, which makes it halfway through the new term for new members of council coming in. I think these YouTube recordings could be useful. As we know, as we've experienced and continue to experience, there's a lot of decisions that we make where we don't have the legacy going back, what happened last term, the term before, the term before. So I think as a tool, although not the official record of council, but to hear the different connotations, the conversations around the table, I think there's value into at least half of the new term as well. That's my opinion on it, is the full term plus half a term.
Sorry. Yeah, no, that's okay. I'm not opposed to any of those ideas. I initially brought this forward because I just felt that there was a lot of context when we came into council that we missed some of the discussions and some of the reasons that brought council to the decisions they made coming into us as new council members. And I think it's important for that whether it's a year or 2, I can see the benefit to both, and I'm flexible with both. I think it's a starting point, and I think it's something that if we feel that it has to be 2 terms down the road, we can look at that. But I think it's a definite improvement as opposed to 6 months or 30 days.
Councillor Bell.
Thank you. I figure I may as well talk too. I have no problem with what amount of time we decide to retain for. I brought a year ago, actually, that I thought we should retain for longer. I think that at minimum, it needs to be the term and plus a year. But my reasoning is not for the next council. If you want to run for council and you want to win a seat, then you better get out and do your due diligence. And then you can get online and you can watch 4 years worth, and you can even watch the next year, and you can read minutes and staff reports and agendas and consultants reports. Like that part of it, I don't really care about. Like that's up to you. If you want to win a seat, get out and do the work and maybe you'll win the seat. So I'm more concerned about the transparency aspect of it and like, so residents can understand what's happening. So I don't know what the magic number is. And I've tried to go do research and there's not a lot of best practice out there. And there's not a lot of direction from the ombudsman either. So it's kind of hard right now to decide what's the magic number. I think you're just like picking from the clouds. So I liked the 4+ a year just because it gave us a good starting point. It gives that, little bit of a crossover between the two terms. And I think it's a good start. And then I think if we find out in a year that best practice says longer, then that new council can change it. Because I think it's going to be hard for us to say 4+2, 4+3, 4+. I don't know where we make, there's nothing out there to tell us what the marker is. So I think 4+1 works well.
Mr. Toohey, I saw your hand up.
Thanks. I'm also good with whatever length of time the majority of council deems appropriate. I think it helps give anybody context, whether they're a new councillor or a member of the public. But I wanted to speak to the live stream. Councillor Fisher and I had an opportunity to do a bit of research over the weekend, looking into what other Simcoe County municipalities are doing. And I think it was about 90% opted to turn off their commenting on YouTube. There's no comment available. So we're on the right track there, I think, especially given some of the comments that are out there.
To the chair, if I can just clarify, what we're recommending is turning off the live chat, which, as Councillor T, you mentioned, is something I've observed in my benchmarking as well, is that it's not turned on in other municipalities. But at this time, we're not recommending turning off the comments on the video. So people can still comment, which would fall within our updated social media policy.
They can comment, just not during the live stream when we're not there to monitor, correct? Yes.
To the chair, yes, that's correct. So the commenting would fall within our social media policy, but the live chat is something distinct from comments. They're two different things.
Councillor Bell.
Sorry, I didn't think that we had comments turned on the videos though, because I've been to the videos and seen that comments were removed. Or at least I've had people, I shouldn't say I've seen, people have reported to me that they put a comment and that it was removed and that it was just a comment, not, there was no reason to remove it. It said something like the sky's blue. It was just a vanilla comment. So I'm just not sure, do we actually have comments turned on at all times on the videos? Because if we don't have the live chat, I can understand if you can't monitor a live chat, there's an argument there. But again, if you want to sit in a council chambers, then you're gonna, you better be Teflon because people are going to say what they're going to say. So there's that too.
Comment. I think we allow comments on the YouTube video, but not live streaming is what we're saying. We're going to remove, correct? Any other? Yeah, we're just checking that. Any other questions while Rebecca's checking? Not seeing any. All right.
Through the chair, so we're just looking at that. I'm not certain at this time if it allows comments while the live stream is being played, but it does certainly allow comments after the video recording is completed. If there is a member of the public who feels that they made a comment and it has been removed, I encourage them to reach out to us. We do have under our social media policy some guidelines around when and if we do remove comments, and it's not a typical practice. Ms. Gownla can speak more to that if committee would like. Sometimes if there, again, I would have to know more about the comment to investigate. There can be some profanity filters in some cases that the platform will hide comments with profanity, but that can depend on the platform. However, to my knowledge, we have not removed comments from YouTube videos, but again, if council would like more information on that, we can certainly provide.
All right. I guess when we do a public meeting, is it possible to have a sign here that really informs people of that we are videotaping, it will be streamed on YouTube? It's something to give thought. I'm not going to tie it into the motion. Yeah. Well, what do you do? Like I think Melissa, and then I'll come back to you. Go ahead, Melissa.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair. I was just going to reiterate what Ms. Sanusi had said, though. In my time here, we have not removed any comments from YouTube. So if there is a member of the public who is saying that, it may be an automatic filter, or certainly if they'd like to reach out, we can certainly investigate. We do keep record of anything we remove. In terms of signage, we could certainly investigate some friendly signage if that's the will of council.
Councillor Bell.
Just, I guess, and I don't know if it already says it on YouTube, but maybe if it's not there could be just like the standard statement that says, whatever out of our social media policy, these kinds of comments are permissible on our videos, that kind of thing.
We can certainly look into that. And if there is an opportunity, we would put that on.
So a lot of discussions. I have the motion here. Did I have a mover and a seconder? I did, I believe. It was the deputy mayor and.
Through the chair, yes, it was moved by Deputy Mayor Bell and seconded by Councillor Bell.
Okay, so all in favor?
Through you, through you, your worship, may I just quickly ask council, are you comfortable with the clerk's edit by adding in the location just to provide that clarity into that one paragraph?
Yes.
Because it wasn't a formal amendment, but a clerk's edit, are you okay with that?
Yeah. Mover's fine with that? Yep. Okay.
Thank you.
So then if that's it, all in favor? I will support it. Carried. Okay, we are at number 11.5.1. Department reports here. Just give. Oh, this is our procurement bylaw. So we'll get it on the floor.
Through the chair, the motion drafted is as follows. That report AD 0926 regarding repeal and replace the procurement of goods and services bylaw be received, and that council supports the repeal and replacement of bylaw 2004.82 and the existing goods and services procurement policy with the updated procurement of goods, services, and construction bylaw as set out in Schedule A. And that the township clerk be authorized to make any necessary housekeeping revisions to existing Township of Ramara bylaws and policies to achieve conformity with the consolidated procurement of goods, services, and construction bylaw upon its approval. And that report AD 0926 be referred to the April 13th, 2026 council agenda for same day ratification.
Okay, can I have it put on the floor? Deputy Mayor, second by Councillor Fisher. Questions or comments? Open it up. Oh, Gail, sorry, you want a little more on it? Thank you. Go ahead.
If I can, your worship, if you don't mind, if you will indulge the senior leadership team, because quite frankly, this is a really important process. When I first arrived in Ramara, one of the things that I had on my list of things to do right off the hopper was certainly evaluate our procurement process. It's taken a little longer than what certainly I had hoped, but we're very happy to have this before you today for a whole variety of reasons. I think what the number one reason was our current policy bylaw dates back to 2004 and does not include by any means best practices and any sort of legislative changes and or contemplation of case law and or judicial inquiries. So this document that you have before you contemplates all of that, and it is a work that has been done by your senior leadership team. So it has been on our senior leadership agenda many, many times and has been very well vetted. And truth be told, your worship, sometimes these things are a bit fluid insofar that, you know, there may be new changes in the next 6 months and we're coming back to you with some changes, and or as we actually utilize and implement this new way of procurement, we could come back to you and say, you know what, this part is actually not working, and we need to tweak it. The point is that this type of bylaw should be current and should be certainly one of the very, very important pieces of legislation that that council can pass. Staff had the benefit of vetting this also through the council liaison process, which we're very grateful for. And I'm not going to be the one to respond to all the questions because, again, it is a joint effort from your GMs and your directors. And it's really important, your worship, that all senior staff are intimately knowledgeable of this document, because each and every one of them will use it and ensure that we comply with with the rules of this particular piece of legislation. So with that, Your Worship, it is quite a bit different than your current piece of legislation, because again, that is a vintage of 2004. And you'll see that there is far less political involvement, and there's reasons for that, and there's judicial inquiries that speak to why elected officials really should be at arm's length of a procurement process. So those are some of the things that you'll see within the documentation. So with that, Mr. Mayor, happy to answer any questions with respect to this document. But as I say, I think the senior team's pretty excited to have it before you to have the discussion.
You are correct. It probably should have been updated after Collingwood spent $7 million, almost $8 million on a judicial review. And because of the procurement bylaw was not up to standards. And I know some of what's in this document has come out of that judicial review and some of those requirements, because these are things that you can get yourself in a lot of trouble with. Any questions or comments from the floor? Councillor Bell.
Thank you. I have a few, and but I do want to start by saying that I very much appreciate that this document is here, because the procurement policy was desperately in need of updating. So I will start with that. The first thing I have is with relationship to $25,000 and above. My volume. I looked at some other communities because I felt like 25,000 might be too high, and I think that it is. And I think that communities our size are more in the $5,000 to $10,000 range. And so I found that ESSA, Brock's, Gugog, Halliburton are just some examples that stick around that $10,000 range. And I just think that maybe the $25,000 would work, but not right now. And I think we should start at $10,000. And then after some reporting, when we see how well that works and there's confidence built around that, then jump it up to 25,000. And then I don't know if you want me to just speak for a few and then answer, or.
Go ahead, Ryan.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, just to jump on that and answer in turn, just requesting clarification on the 25,000. In what specific context?
Sorry, on the for like a single source or for a low value purchase limit. We're starting at 25, but I found other municipalities our size start probably at 10. And I'm not even saying I'm not okay with 25. I'm just saying I think because this is new and because I feel as if there's a need to build confidence that it might make sense to start at 10,000 and then re-examine it in a year and see that the purchases felt comfortable at the $10,000 mark before going with the 25,000. And part of that is so that ultimately a time can be arrived at where it can very much be a council hands off and staff just doing the job. I don't think we're there yet. That's all just where we stand right now. So that's where I'm coming from on that.
Do you have a page for that, just so we can scroll and find it? Ryan, do you have it?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it would be the beginning of Schedule B, and then also referenced.
Because these are for items within budget. These are not over budget items, correct?
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Mayor, that's what I was going to clarify, is that the 25,000 threshold is still within council approved budgets in its entirety. What it represents is the shift in procurement method, and there is still language throughout the policy that says 3 quotes where practical. And so if we shifted that low value purchase down, still completely within council approved budgets, you would have then all of the other tendering methods shift down. So you'd be doing a request for quotation at $10,000. And so that, I think, was the delineation, is still operating within council approval. But just the method of procurement is that it's not going through that informal request for quotation, but still language in the policy saying 3 quotes where practical and possible, which would be followed because it's in the bylaw.
Well, our trouble now is you can hardly get a roof. Like the roofs we have, we can't get a roof repaired for $10,000. Like you're pushing 20 on some of these. Go ahead, Laura, General Manager.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, just to reiterate that too. The cost of doing business in 2004 is very different than the cost of doing business in 2026. So items such as if we had a large repair on a fleet piece of equipment It goes to the staff efficiency and how much time we're spending on getting the work done at the end of the day. So there is an inherent cost. If we lower that dollar value down to that $10,000, then there's an inherent cost for us to spend time to do those 3 informal quotes to make sure that we're meeting the requirements of the procurement bylaw. So things like a large fleet repair, we have heavy equipment, those costs can go up fairly quickly to end up at the same result of where we would have been in the first place. Again, we are always using our best judgment and our expert knowledge of the subject matters that we're looking at. So for instance, fleet, we're relying on the mechanics and the expert opinion of the service technicians that we might use. So to go out and then have it qualified that the 3 quotes is going to be right where we need to, or if we get a quotation that doesn't pass the sniff test, truly, we would be going out anyways and getting out alternate quotes. We're not always going down that direction. So the $25,000 is again trying to move us into 2026. And I understand it's a big gap, but I also think that that's partly because we've been so long before we've updated our policy.
But valid points. I understand what you're saying, but the dollar nowadays, yeah. But carry on, Councillor Bell.
Thank you. And then in single source and sole source exceptions, there's some broad terminology, so compatibility, no complaint, and that's okay. Some of the other ones I'm not, but the one that it concerns me is council standards. So I don't know what that means. So I just don't know if it needs to be there, because to me, that's just a blanket. A staff member could conceivably say, oh, well, the exception I'm using here is council standards. Well, what does council standards mean? Are you deciding what council standards means, or is council, like, are you coming back to council to say, do you agree or disagree? So I just wonder if that needs to be there. So, and I don't know what page it's on. I guess I should.
Who wrote that line? Is that you, Ryan? Yeah. Okay.
I don't know. I should have been ready what page it's on. I apologize.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, just I think just to get clarification to make sure I can address that fully on where specifically,
Okay,
the table or the body of the.
You know what? I'll go back to that so
Okay,
that I'll look for it. Well, and I'll just say the next one. So the next one is just the bylaw is allowing staff to exclude vendors from bidding for up to 2 years. And I don't know, and I just might be missing it, but is there like rules around how that's happening, or is there an appeal process? Because then you could just exclude a vendor because you don't like, I'm not saying you would. You could exclude the vendor because you don't like the vendor. So I don't know what that process looks
I'll go to
like.
the general manager pie on that one.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the vendor performance is a subject area within the bylaw. So we would be developing procedures outside of once this bylaw is passed, because this is the overarching governing document that will build those processes afterwards. We can't build them until we know what this is going to look like. So absolutely, we would have a documented procedure for vendors to work with them to manage that performance. And it would absolutely include discussions and documentation in order to get to that. It would not be a single person deciding that somebody's not on the list just because they didn't like the color of their socks. That's not going to be allowed. This is to make it fair and transparent for all of us as well as the vendors.
Well, especially if we're in litigation with one over a previous job, do not bother tendering until that is behind us. Councillor Bell.
So I guess that kind of leads to what my question is, where that's concerned. So this bylaw is only one piece of a whole new process. So that is, I guess the question is, all the other pieces of the process are, who's developed, not who specifically, but are all departments developing particular policies or procedures around it? Where will that be communicated? How will vendors find it? Will there be a page somewhere that more clearly defines our procurement process? And so that we don't have any confusion about what we are stating to the public we're going to do, and then how the public knows that we did what we said we were going to do.
CEO Jackson.
Through you, Your Worship, I'll start, and certainly if any other member of SLT want to add, that would be great. And so this document is the document that is what I'll call the sort of the mother document, and with that will accompany a procedural manual that will be is actually being created as we speak. that will be applicable to all departments within the organization. It's not going to be different rules for my friend Laura and different rules for my friend Tony. It will be very much corporate procedures related to the administration and implementation of this particular piece of legislation. But if any other member had anything further.
I'll go to General Manager Pai and then Deputy Mayor.
Just a quick note about transparency to the vendors. That will be baked into our quotation and tender documents. All of that information about vendor performance and how we manage that evaluation, all those pieces, that will all be language that will go into those templated documents that are meant to be used corporately as well.
Is that what you were going to say?
That's all I was going to say is all the tenders I've written and created, they always have it in there saying these are the penalties for doing the end.
Thank you. I guess that's, and part of the reason I'm asking these questions is not to satisfy myself. We all understand that, right? I'm speaking on behalf of the public. So I assume we will have though a procurements page or something at the website to go with these new documents and procedures.
If I could through you, Mr. Chair, yes, absolutely. We already do have a bids and tenders and a procurement page. We would make sure that it is very visible, all of our procedures and our contractor compliance, et cetera.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just to confirm with Councillor Bell, was it section 8.1 specific standards are adopted by council requiring certain goods or services? Was that, I'm looking at page 21 of at least my document, but reference section 8.1. Is that what you were referring to earlier?
I think so, yes.
It's a single
I was looking
source.
for it at the same time.
Okay.
Go ahead, Ryan.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so that language, it does come across as broad. And I think what we wanted to do is enable council, because sole source and single source are defined terms in the bylaw as well. So there's meat to that, but it gives staff the ability to bring a report to council if there was something that fit that definition of single or sole source, or if it's a question mark, it could be a report to council. And then council's making a decision that this specific thing, so maybe it's a module for software that's only made by that company, or it could be a specific vehicle part on a fleet or something like that. But maybe there's a staff question mark on whether it fits that single or sole. We could come to council and have that determination, and that would be adopted by council. And again, still within council approved budgets, but that's just the procurement method that allows us to go through a non-public tendering process because we're restricted for these really legitimate reasons. But it gives us that opportunity to come to council if there's a question mark or we feel like that might be appropriate.
Counselor?
That's, sorry, just one last thing, which is, and I think this is self-evident, but I'll just, for the sake of it, because this is such a brand new process and finally a huge change and well needed and well done, you will obviously be coming back in some reasonable time frame and reporting on how well the new process is working, or because there's no kind of definitive aspect to it that says we're going to come back in a year and tell you that the new process works or doesn't work. So I'm just, how will we know that it's working, or can there be a time frame around you'll do some reporting back to us?
Ryan.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct. And I'll say that it's baked in a bit of a different way. So we would have, it would essentially be comprised of the budget process in some aspects in terms of budget approve it, but there's also in the policy annual treasurer's reports. So council would be getting CIPs for specific things in terms of approval thresholds. There'd be a lot of CIPs coming potentially, but then there's also an annual treasurer's report, which is prepared by each of the individuals in the organization who have done procurements, that would report on the number of emergency single sole source. So anything outside that public transparent process, council would not only be notified by CIP, but then also an annual report. So you kind of have those three council staff touch points on this, which is the CIP information, as well as the annual treasurer's report, as well as part of the budget process.
Thank you. I think that answered most of what I had. I think.
All right. Well, again, trust me too, if there's a vendor out there that doesn't like your tender process, you will hear about it. They always make that very clear. So if there's no other questions, I believe I had a mover and a seconder, so I will call the question. All in favor? Opposed, if any? That was carried. Thank you. Motion to rise and reconvene as council.
Through the chair, if you'll just give me one moment to get this motion ready, and then we'll read it and put it on the screen.
Yeah, we just added one, that amendment we're going to ratify today. That's right. This is the part when I'd ideally like to take a break because then the clerks can upgrade the agenda, but today didn't play out that way.
Through the chair, thank you for your patience. We'll just get this on the screen and we can go through what is drafted. So we have as follows, that the recommendations of committee of the whole be referred to the next regular meeting of council to be held on April 27, 2026, with the exception of the following items, which shall be referred to consent agenda B today. Motions arising from closed session, item 11.1.1, litigation update and strategy, Bertrand versus Township of Ramara, AL 2026, ONSC 1662. Motions arising from closed session, item 11.1.2, appointment of a new member to the Root and Ramara Committee. Motions arising from closed session, item 11.1.3, contractual relationship with Good Doctors, Inc. Motions arising from closed session, item 11.1.4, legal opinion, civic web portal privacy and information / human resources matter. Motions arising from closed session, item 11.1.5, litigation update and strategy, road widening on Ramara Road 47 matter. Council referral reports, item 11.4.1, regarding conditions for postponement of the AMPS program recommendation report. Departmental reports, item 11.5.1, repeal and replace the procurement of goods and services bylaw. And that committee of the whole rise and council be reconvened at 2:17 p.m.
I have a mover, Councillor Fisher, second by the deputy mayor. All in favor? That is carried. So we are now on item 12, which is, yes.
To the chair, if I can just note for council that on item, the second item on consent agenda A, which was the feasibility of a boat launch, there was a part of the motion that was amended at the March 23rd meeting was inadvertently left off the agenda. So I just want to make sure council is aware of that. The motion that was adopted and recommended by committee of the whole for council. It also included a second clause that staff be directed to request the city of Orillia to consider reduced rates for boat launches in Orillia for Township of Ramara residents. That is in the minutes. It was just inadvertently left off the agenda.
Okay, so that will be included in the minutes and when in the motion. Okay, so the motion we have is from the previous meeting at council, which is the sports dome discussion that we had, that if we get the grant, great. If not, off it goes to next year's budget for them to decide. And feasibility for the boat launch with the amendment that was just added that was forgotten. So you have the motion for me, Rebecca? Now, does anybody want a separate vote on either one of these two? Councillor Bell.
Thank you. I do, because I would like to amend the sports dome motion, and then also I'll want a recorded vote on the sports dome.
All right, so we will just vote on 12.12, which is the feasibility boat launch one then. Go ahead, Rebecca.
Through the chair, the motion is as follows, that the recommendation as set out on consent agenda A, reports from the March 23rd, 2026 committee of the whole meeting be adopted as presented, including the following item: 12.1.2, feasibility of a boat launch into Lake Simcoe, and excluding the following item, which shall be voted on separately. 12.1.1 Sports Dome Preliminary Research and Next Steps.
So we're just voting on receiving the boat launch. Moved by Counselor Fisher, second by Counselor Tuyu. All in favor? That is carried. So now we get to use section 12.3, which we never get to use for items pulled for a separate vote. So this would now be the sports dome motion. I'll get it on the floor and then we'll look for amendments.
Through the chair, we're just getting the motion on the
Yep.
screen. So the motion that was recommended is as follows.
Nope, we did that one.
I think that report AD 0626 regarding Sports Dome preliminary research and next steps be received, and that a Sports Dome feasibility study be commissioned contingent upon the successful receipt of grant funding and in line with the township's procurement of goods and services bylaw. And that should grant funding not be obtained, staff be directed to submit a 2027 capital budget request in the amount of $50,000, including HST, to complete the Sports Dome feasibility study.
Okay, moved by the deputy mayor, second by Counselor Snutch. So that gets it on the floor. Counselor Bell.
Thank you. And when I went back and listened to the meeting, I thought this was already done. So I maybe misunderstood, but I want to delete the third and that with regard to forwarding it to the 2027 budget, because I thought the agreement was that this council wouldn't be trying to forward something to another council's budget. And
No, I can clarify. Sorry, Counselor, I didn't mean to cut you off there. It's not going to be included in the budget. It will be sent as a request to the budget, and the future council can decide whether they wish to do it or not.
Yeah, and I thought that it was not being sent. So my amendment is to remove that clause and replace it with, and that if grant funding is not obtained, no further action shall be taken on the Sports Dome feasibility study at this time, so that the next council can decide whether they want to forward it to their budget discussions.
I don't believe they'd have an opportunity because they wouldn't know about it if we didn't send, depending on who comes in. We're not including it in the budget. It's just being forwarded to budget as a separate item for the council to consider at their whim. Counselor Snutch, something you want to add to that?
I don't think it matters either way because what it clearly says is that this council is not spending $1 on a feasibility study unless we get a grant. And at that point, we're seeing what the new council is and how they want to, but this council's spending zero. And I don't think that, I agree with Counselor Bell. I want to make sure it says that this council is spending zero.
Well, other than if we get grant money, yes, but none of our own money at this time. Counselor Bell?
Thank you. I guess I would say to that though is I don't know of I shouldn't say that. Often grants are 50-50 or whatever they are. So it wouldn't be that this council is spending nothing. It would be this council spending whatever the grant doesn't cover. So I think I want to be clear on that, just as a comment.
I will get the CEO. Well, then it would have to come back to council, but go ahead, CEO.
That is correct, Your Worship. If in fact it is a grant and we are successful and the criteria is it's a 50-50, then we absolutely have to come back to council and get council's green light to spend that additional funding.
Because it's not in our budget.
Correct.
So in reality, then this council has not authorized $1 to be spent on this project.
Correct.
Great.
That is correct.
But we do forward lots of, I don't have an issue with, but if you'd like it, a seconder to remove that paragraph, certainly by all means, I don't have an issue. I think that's kind of standard practice. You forward everything this late in the game to the future council to decide. We're not recommending for or against, just forwarding it. Did you want to remove that?
Yeah, I'll put it on the floor because I'd like to see it changed. And if somebody wants to second it, great. If not, that's okay.
All right. So we'll get a motion to remove that last paragraph. Do I have a seconder? I do not. So we'll leave it in there, but do you still want a recorded vote on that?
I do.
All right. We'll get a recorded vote on this motion.
Through the chair, a recorded vote has been requested. So we'll start with the person requesting the vote, which is Counselor Bell.
Opposed.
Deputy Mayor Bell.
In favor.
Counselor Fisher.
In favor.
Counselor Snutch.
In favor.
Counselor Tuyu.
In favor.
Mayor Clark.
In favor.
The motion is carried.
Thank you. So now we are ahead to item 13.1, which is the Consent agenda reports from today's meeting, April 13th meeting, and I know there was a few of them we forwarded here. Most of them were the in-camera, and I believe the only other one was the amendment to the what was that bylaw? The AMPS bylaw. We want to pass the amendment today so that that information can be sought.
Through the chair, if you'll just be patient for one moment while we just get this finalized and drafted.
Water there. Thank you. Been putting it.
Thank you for your patience. So we have a motion drafted, but I will also look to council to let me know if there's any items that you wish to vote on separately. So currently what we have drafted is as follows. That recommendations as set out on consent agenda B, reports from the current meeting for the regular meeting of council held on April 13th, 2026 be adopted as presented, including the following items. Item 13.1.1 litigation update and strategy, Bertrand versus Township of Ramara, AL 2026 ONSC 1662. Item 13.1.2, appointment of a new member to the Rooted in Ramara Committee. Item 13.1.3, contractual relationship with Good Doctors, Inc. Item 13.1.4, legal opinion, civic web portal, privacy and information / human resources matter. Item 13.1.5, litigation update and strategy, road widening on Ramara Road 47 matter. Item 13.1.6, regarding conditions for postponement of the AMPS program recommendation report. Item 13.1.7, repeal and replace a procurement of goods and services bylaw.
So the recommendation is there for the AMPS to go ahead with that extra report, and the bylaw, procurement bylaw, was added to the in-camera. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor Fisher, second by Councillor Tuyu. Questions or comments? Any items to be pulled? I should say
So,
that.
yeah, like, because the sports dome was still in there, right?
No.
No, it's out now, right?
No, it was
Because I just
already
wanted to
passed.
make sure that I've.
Yeah, this
objected
is our
strenuously.
in-camera meetings, all of those motions plus the amps and the other one. Okay, all in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Now we're on the consent C, which is on today's, just the correspondence for today's agenda. We have two of them, the annual report from the Integrity Commissioner and the library campaign that they're doing with the Smile Cookies is here. So I'll look for the motion. Anybody need any of these pulled? That they're just received for information? Yeah, all right.
Through the chair, we can get this on the screen. So the motion is as follows. That the recommendations as set out on consent agenda C, correspondence for the regular meeting of council held on April 13th, 2026 be adopted as presented, including the following items. Item 14.1.1, Integrity Commissioner Services Annual Report 2025. Item 14.1.2, Friends of the Library and Quilters Club regarding Smile Cookie fundraising campaign.
Perfect. Moved by Councillor Snutch, second by the Deputy Mayor. Any questions or comments on the two? All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Consent C is done. There was no separate vote. Correspondence for direction from the council, and this is correspondence from Ramara Central School looking for a donation for their silent auction, I believe. Get the motion when you're ready.
Yes, so through the chair, the motion that was on the agenda is just our standard to receive as information. I believe they are requesting a silent auction donation though. So if that is desired, we can either make that change now and then have a mover and a seconder, or we can put the receive as information on the floor and amend.
Well, traditionally, we always gave them the history books, a copy of that, and because I know we have a lot of them, and I remember when our kids were in school, whenever they had a silent auction, we'd donate one of those history books. I think the estimated value, believe it or not, is $50, but I mean, they get what they get for it. So I would have no issue donating one of those. That was kind of our standard practice. Oh, well, lots of hands. Councillor Two, you all come off the table.
Thanks. Don't we do something like a week of camp for Brecken?
Yes, they've asked for it. These guys didn't ask for that, but did they ask for it? Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, that's what I was going
All
to
right.
suggest, is just it's something to do with one of our camps or our sports to get them involved and get them aware of what's happening.
I thought it was in the motion, but the motion is to receive. You're saying not to receive and donate?
Through your worship, the standard is to receive as information if council wanted an alternative or to grant the request that has been submitted.
Oh.
So we do have the motion with respect to the donation of 1 week of camp. If a member
Pretty
wanted to.
sure that's the direction council wishes to go. I would still give them a history book. Throw that in, we could start moving them out because we got cases of them. Yeah.
Through the chair, if that is the direction council wishes to go, the motion drafted is as follows. That staff be directed to provide the Ramara Central Public School Parent Council with a contribution of a 1 week summer camp session scheduled for August 4th to 7th in support of their 2026 silent auction.
All right. Yeah, throw the book in there too. Give them one of the history books. How many cases are we down to now?
Okay, through the chair, I have added for the contribution of the 1 week summer camp session and the Township of Ramara history book in support of their 2026 silent auction.
Okay, can I have a mover? Moved by Counselor Snutch, second by Counselor Fisher. Any other questions? All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. That was the one there. Just want to make sure. I think that was the only one I had. So yeah, well, now we're down to motions, postpone motions, none, planning motions. So now we're on to our deputation motions.
Through your worship, at this point, we have prepared the motion to receive the deputation from the CFUW as information, but I do believe that Councillor Tuyu has an alternative motion that she would like council to consider.
Yes, Counselor Tuyu.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, at the Roma conference in January, there was a lot of discussion about IPV and our Zone 4 session, where one of the mayors indicated that domestic abuse victims comprise the third largest group represented in those experiencing homelessness, as Dale Rowe of the Lighthouse had spoken to earlier. Being proactive in setting up community supports can prevent not only these ripple effects that can negatively impact subsequent generations, community health, policing, and social services resources, but also get ahead of the senseless tragedies that continue to occur. The financial bottom line is that this costs us nothing. By declaring IPV as an epidemic, this creates an eligibility for the provincial funding to put supports in place. And being proactive rather than reactive actually would result in reduced financial stress to social services. By moving forward to supporting this resolution today, this will help the CFUW's efforts as they make their deputations to neighboring municipalities over the next couple of weeks. Rebecca, would you be able to put up the resolution that I had sent you?
Through the chair, we'll put that on the screen. As the motion that was sent is as follows. Whereas statistics report that more than 4 in 10 Canadian women have experienced some form of intimate partner violence in their lifetime, and 1 in 10 experience it almost daily. And whereas the Ontario Provincial Police have determined that in 2024, there was an 18% increase in intimate partner violence victims compared to the previous year. And whereas North Simcoe Victim Services has had an increase in calls of 64% in the past 2 years. And whereas Greenhaven Women's Shelter, which serves the Township of Ramara, received more than 1,025 crisis calls in the past year. And whereas studies note that the risk of intimate partner violence is 75% higher in rural communities like the Township of Ramara. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Ramara declares intimate partner violence as an epidemic. Be it further resolved that the Township of Ramara requests support from other municipalities to declare intimate partner violence an epidemic if they have not already done so. Be it further resolved that the Township of Ramara requests the Province of Ontario to declare intimate partner violence as an epidemic.
So we'll look for questions. We'll put it on the floor, but keep in mind, council's just seeing this motion now, and I understand that. We did have the clerks check all the information provided, so you'll move that in. We have a seconder
Yeah, I
for
was
discussion.
second. I was hoping that we could add in County of Simcoe in there as well, specifically.
Oh, circulate it to the other end,
Just,
County
yeah.
of Simcoe.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Councillor Bell, you
Yeah,
got-
no, and I
are
would
you-
second it too. So I think we're all in agreement, it
Yeah.
sounds like. But the only thing is that, and I know that numbers were said to us this morning, but there seems to be confusion about the numbers and just those first two, the OPP. Can you put it back up? Sorry, Rebecca, I can't remember.
Through the chair, the OPP was an 18% increase in intimate partner violence victims compared to the previous year. Yeah, I'm just putting that on the screen. I'm not sure what if the other one was the North Simcoe Victim Services, which was an increase in calls of 64% in the past 2 years.
Yeah, and then I thought that, so I wasn't 100% sure that they were emphatic on those numbers. So I just don't know, do we need to include them? Because I don't want to include numbers that aren't 100% accurate. And I know that one of the speakers said they just got that number from the OPP, but that there was still some confusion about what the numbers mean. So it's a small thing and it doesn't matter to me either way. But I just, if we don't need them in there and they're extraneous, which a word I can't say at this time of the day, I don't know if we just don't have them there, then does it hurt anything? But I would, yeah, I mean, I'm in full support.
Councillor Tuyu.
Thank you. Those numbers were thoroughly vetted. There's citations that, so for example, the 4 in 10, the footnote for that is from Statistics Canada, April 26, 2021. For the 18% increase, that's the source for that is Kylie Bethune, Manager of Data Statistics and Analysis Unit, Strategic Services Bureau, Ontario Provincial Police, March 15th, 2026. For the third clause, 64%, that is from Kim Nishaw, Executive Director of North Simcoe Victim Services.
Sorry, Dana, it's okay. I don't need all that. I know I didn't need,
Yeah.
that's okay. I just was saying I didn't know about the OPP one. I wasn't
Yeah.
clear what she said on the OPP one this morning. That's all. I don't have an issue with any of it. So
Yeah.
you don't have to.
Okay.
That's
I
fine.
think they
have
know
no-
it's at least that high. What
'cause,
they're
yeah, like,
questioning
I
is
just wasn't sure because they
Yeah.
aren't 100%. What they're saying is they don't know if that's the number. So what I don't want to do is downplay the number is the point I'm making, not that I don't agree with it. I don't want to have a motion where it says the numbers are smaller than they really are.
Than
Is
what
more
they
what I'm
really are.
worried about. So if they weren't there, then that's all I was saying. I think that it is bad and I have experience with it in my own life. So I am in support, yes, but if it doesn't need to be there, why put it there? Because if the numbers are way higher, then I'd rather see the way higher numbers be out there. That's the only thing.
I
But it's
think-
not, not a deal breaker.
I think those are pretty shocking when you see them the way they are. And unfortunately, the trend is increasing, which is really, yeah. Yeah. So on the motion then, all in favor? I think we're going to be unanimous on that one. Yes, that was unanimous. Thank you. And then we had the deputation from the Couchiching Conservancy. This time I won't call them a conservatory.
Through the chair, the motion before council that is just our standard is as follows, that the deputation from Tanya Clark and Dorothea Hangard of the Couchiching Conservancy regarding Lake Dalrymple Conservation Project and request for financial support be received as information.
Let's get it on the floor. Moved by Councillor Tuyu, second by Councillor Fisher. I know they made a pretty heavy ask there. I wouldn't be comfortable doing it at this time. I don't know if that's something council wants to forward to the future council or not. Open it up. Councillor Tuyu.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. After our vote on the LCP quarry, which meant that the southern parcel of land would be donated to the Conservancy as a complement to the northern parcel, I actually received a call from a resident in that area thanking me for voting that way, as protecting those shoreline wetlands would ensure flood mitigation to that very low-lying area. Given that shoreline naturalized areas actually protect residents and our infrastructure from devastating flooding, and it sequesters carbon and acts as a natural water filtration system, this donation to help the Conservancy protect these lands forever would be a very smart investment for our residents. Given that contributions will be matched up until April 30th, I'm hoping that we can commit today in donating at least something to make those dollars stretch twice as far.
Did we hear they're coming back with us with something too, a follow-up report? Was that One of them said they'd have, I think it was a conservancy, said they would have documentation to present us. Was it the first deputation and I'm getting the two mixed up? One of them said they're gonna have documentation to follow and I could have swore it was a conservancy.
I think it was the other one, maybe, because she said that she was going to look into getting more numbers from some of the other services, like
Oh,
Canadian
okay.
mental health and stuff like that. Yeah.
Right. Counselor Snutch.
No, the mayor is correct. She did say she'd have to look into whether the matching applied or did not apply.
Yeah.
So I think we've been consistent all along about sticking to our budgets and not spending money on a request. I think this should be, staff can forward it or just let them know that if they want it included in the 2027 budget, then they can get back to us with that information by the appropriate timelines.
All right, so then what we'd received, but the door is still open because they said they were following up with a report to us. So at this point I'd received, I think is what I'm seeing. Or is anybody anchoring to give out? Deputy Mayor, I know.
Yeah, I just think that we have a lot of things on the go right now, and some of the things that are undetermined costs at this point in time. I think we need to be very careful with budgets, and we need to be very mindful of that.
All right,
but I would like to see it pushed forward similar to the other to next year's budget.
Oh, well, I'm sure they'll do that. If we just received today, they'll be reaching back for future budgets.
Isn't it our policy that anybody can put in requests for the budgets, like donations and everything for the?
Well, they can
year?
put in requests at the end of the year, can they not? Yeah, they can do that at that time for the future budget, which will be the next council. Councillor Bell. something
Thank you.
like
I think it's important to protect the land as well, but I agree. We've already sort of said that we don't, we're not going to pull any reserves or whatever to do something like this. So I obviously am in support of the Conservancy itself. So, but also they did say they would invite us to go on a walk. And then I think that we could also leave that door open so that the new council coming in gets the same invitation and then they have a better ability to make a decision at that 27 budget. So if we can just, I don't know, have the door open to that on the staff side to arrange that, I think that would be helpful to that incoming council.
I don't think you need anything in the motion. They will reach back if we just received today. CO Jackson got the nod. So I think the floor wants to just receive. Councillor to you. Yes. Yes.
Why don't we try to turn that in for a walk for anybody with council?
I'm not following what you're saying.
Well, if they want to arrange for a walk through the trails up there, why don't we make it a day where we invite the whole township out with people who want to run the next election, people who don't, or anybody, and we'll all go out and walk through. That's just a suggestion.
Or businesses who have money to give.
We will leave that to the Conservancy to organize that, but good suggestions. I'm sure they're watching. Okay, so the motion, did I have a mover and a seconder to receive?
Through the chair, yes, moved by Councillor Tuyu, seconded by Councillor Fisher.
All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. And next I have a notice of motion. Moved by Councillor Snutch, second by Councillor Tuyu. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Yeah, so through the chair, this is just a notice of motion that Councillor Snutch gives notice that he intends to introduce the following motion at the April 27th, 2026 council meeting. So there is to be no discussion about it today. This is just giving notice. Moved by David Snutch, seconded by Dana Tuyu, that when litigation is commenced by or against the Township of Ramara, the Township Solicitor be directed to provide a council information package, CIP memo, to council advising of the matter in accordance with the CIP process set out in the procedure bylaw, and that council be further advised by way of a CIP memo or report at key stages of the litigation, including A, any material change in the status, scope, or potential exposure of the matter, and B, the resolution or disposition of the litigation, with the timing and content of such updates to be determined by the Township Solicitor, Clerk, and/or CAO. And that as determined by the Township Solicitor, Clerk, and/or CAO, the CIP memo may be public or confidential, depending on the nature of the litigation matter and applicability of Section 239 of the Municipal Act 2001.
Okay, so that is for a future meeting. No discussion today. Next, I have an inquiry motions. I have no previous notices of motion and no inquiry motions, but I do have the bylaws. Whenever you're ready, Madam Clerk.
Through the chair, so we do have one vote let's consolidated motion for the four bylaws on the agenda. If you'd like to discuss or vote on any of them separately, please let me know and we can do so. Currently, what's drafted is that bills 2026.16, 2026.17, 2026.18, and 2026.19 be read a first, second, and third time and finally passed as bylaws.
I think we'd be pulling 2026-19. The procurement, oh no, we did pass
No, we
that
did,
one.
but
We
I
did
did
pass.
want to, I do want to pull 18.
18?
Yeah.
Okay, so we will pull 18. Sorry, I was getting my two bylaws confused there. So we'll do 2017 and 19. 16, 17, and 19.
To the chair, yes. So we have changed that. So that bills 2026.16, 2026.17, and 2026.19 be read a first, second, and third time and finally passed as bylaws.
Okay, moved by Councillor Tuyu, second by the Deputy Mayor. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. And now we'll get to 2018 on the floor.
Now through the chair, so Bill 2026-18 is as follows. That Bill 2026-18 being a bylaw to amend fees and charges bylaw 2025.74 to include fees and charges respecting the provision of legal services be read a first, second, and third time and finally passed as a bylaw.
So I'll get it on the floor. Moved by Councillor Fisher, second by Councillor Snutch. Councillor Bell, questions?
Thank you. Just because I don't really know where this is coming from, and I think it's to help recoup the cost of having legal on staff now, but I'm not actually sure because up until now, we don't do a lot of the things that a resident might be charged for at the rate of $150 an hour. So whatever it is, affidavits and things like that. So we don't do a lot of that. And I don't really know, I guess I want to understand where this is coming from, why it's coming right now, how you think the $150, who's going to be charged $150 and when they will be charged that money. So in practice, what is this bylaw trying to achieve and why is it here, I guess?
Perfect. No, you're on the right track there, Councillor, because traditionally now if anything has to go to the lawyers, they're paying for, the individual is paying for our external legal fees. We're now setting a rate if we can do it in-house. But go ahead, Ryan, anything you want to clarify?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct. So right now, I probably the easiest way will be to use an example, but if someone were to apply to the township to purchase an unopened road allowance or a portion of it, we would request a deposit depending on the nature of that transaction. But surveyors, those types of things, then the legal services come out of that residential deposit. And so we can't charge any fees or service charges for anything not in a fees and charges bylaw. And so what this allows us to do is to do that work in-house moving forward, and then bill against that deposit. So it's it's twofold. The first is it acts as a cost recapture for the township, but the second is it's actually a lot cheaper for the resident as well based on the hourly rate. And the hourly rate was determined benchmarking what we've seen in other municipalities, including districts. So we looked at some of their fees as well as scoping to the township, but that's the initial piece of it. Is it's both a cost savings and a cost recapture. So it thankfully serves both purposes. And so right now, I will say, ideally this will come back on an annual basis. And the reason being, I think as we kind of continue to move forward, we might be able to understand a little bit better what these defined or reoccurring services are. And that I think gives us the ability to scope to a specific set fee for set services. But I think new internal, like handling this internally as a new process, the hourly rate gives us the greatest flexibility while still representing cost savings to the resident.
Councilor Bell?
Thank you. I think because, the question that was raised to me was, is this just a way? So I always want to make sure that you understand it's not me talking. So I guess what that leads to is, will this be communicated somehow that this is a different method of these services, just so that residents actually understand that this isn't a new charge of an hourly rate when they are undertaking one of those things or whoever's doing it.
through you, Mr. Mayor, absolutely. And we can include that in communications with anyone who's proceeding with that process where that deposit would be required and we would be billing or working against it. We can certainly include that, including, I think, like there would be a definition of the fee and an estimate. So as well as the fact that we're doing that in-house. So we can certainly do that with anyone who is requiring recoverable work from the township. I will say too, just to clarify, if there are additional questions, anyone can reach out. But I did also circulate just a CIP last week outlining a little bit of these changes. So you could also refer to that.
Okay, so on that bylaw, all in favor? Opposed, if any, that is carried. So next I have our confirmatory bylaw.
Through the chair, that bylaw 2026.27, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the council meeting held on the 13th day of April 2026, be considered read a first, second, and third time and finally passed.
Okay, moved by Councillor Tuyu, second by the Deputy Mayor. All in favor? That is carried. And now the adjournment.
Through the chair, that the council meeting of the Township of Ramara held on April 13th, 2026, be adjourned at 2:49 p.m.
Moved by Councillor Fisher, second by Councillor Bell. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you.